Hey everyone, and welcome to Bronze Age Minecraft, where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. Now before we get into it, let's go over a quick rundown of how this is going to work. For this first episode, we're going to be plopped down into a new randomly generated world in Minecraft with only the clothes on our backs. From there, we will set out to recreate our first settlement. However, we will need to get some things done first, but I'll get into that once we get started. Since this world generation won't give us Greece in a 1-to-1 scale, the basic idea is that we are just going to wing it. We are going to go into an area, feel it out, and see what we want to build. It might be Pylos, it might be Messenia, who knows? We're just going to go with the flow. As we build these settlements, I'm going to talk about them, and my hope is that as we build some cool stuff, we're going to learn some things too. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's get into it. Here we go. I said, here we go. Oh, come on, man. Hey. All right, that's not so bad. Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Let's start punching trees because we don't got much time. All right, now while I deforest the top of this hill, let's talk about the goals for this episode and this series. So for this episode, I want to make a structure, probably something along the lines of an apsidal building or a megaron, because this is Bronze Age Minecraft and this is early game, so we're going to shoot for early Bronze Age. The goal is, if I were to die out in this world without a respawn anchor, and I respawn here, I want some sort of structure to keep safe, especially if it's at night. I'm also going to want maybe crops, animals, maybe both, and that way I can sort of resupply. I may also want to include a boat, and some equipment. We'll see. For the series, I'm shooting for something a little bit educational and a little bit roleplay. I'm going to act as though everything is the Bronze Age, so no diamond armor, no enchantments unless something is already enchanted, no real trips to the nether unless I absolutely have to, and most importantly, I'm not really going to fight the end dragon or go to the end. This may be disappointing to some of you, but that's not really the end goal of this whole series. The goal of this series is to pretend as though this is the Bronze Age and to recreate the Bronze Age of ancient Greece. With that being said, though slavery was a big thing, I'm not really going to enslave villages. What I will do is I will act as the Wanox, or the king of the village, and I will provide jobs for the villagers and security. But we'll get to that once we find a village. So basically the layout is going to be something along the lines of this. Because you don't really do circles in this game. I think that's how I want it to go. Yeah, we'll do one more. One like that. We'll just do a little small one for right now. Yeah, that should be good. Let's go find some stone. So, as you can see, I did not find stone. I looked around the area, and I just really couldn't find anything other than those hills over there. Though later on you will see that I did miss a pretty big spot. But anyways, I decided to build out of dirt just to sort of get a roof over my head for the first night. So you can see here that I'm building away and needing some extra dirt. And then I'm just going to kind of secure myself inside. Now, at some point, come the zombies. And I think, oh, I got this. I'm going to go out and kill some. I did not, in fact, got this. But hey, I eventually got them. As you can see, they'll come up to the door and I just kind of hit them from inside. Like a wuss. But anyways, with daylight quickly approaching, I decided to set out for some supplies. keep going. Let's get as much stone as we can before heading back to... that way? Yeah, we'll say it's that way. Sun is going down, so I should probably head towards spawn, wherever the heck that is. Am I going the right way? Nope, I'm going the wrong way. So yeah, I got lost. And while trying to figure out which way to go, well, this happened. Okay, so it's... oh no! No, no, no! And if you're wondering how this happened, this is my point of view. Oh. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not really paying attention to where I'm going, just the coordinates. Okay, so it's... oh, no! No, no, no! Oh, all that stuff lost. Oh, my God. I cannot believe I just lost all that stuff. Not to worry though, that night I noticed this. Oh, what? I could have just mined down there. Then, this happened.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh. Dang, man. No, not that. This. Sheep! Oh, where are you going? Okay, so I got one wool. I just need 2 more. We can make a bed. And then we don't have to hang out here at night. We can just sleep through it. So this was about the time that I started to get my act together. The next morning, I headed out to mine some stone. Oh, man, it was like right here, too. Oh. And eventually, I got some wool. Then, it was building time. Cue the awesome time lapse. Alright, so which looks best? Oh yeah, the small's gonna look best. Alright everyone, before I take you on an MTV Cribs 2500 BCE edition tour of the apsidal house, I want to kind of go over something real quick for you. Now the walls that I built here are all sort of cobblestone and stone brick, but that's not really how some of the early ones were built. Some of the early ones that were built using wattle and daub construction. And basically the way it goes is you have these... imagine that these are saplings, okay? And you've put them in the ground like this. Then you're going to take other branches and other saplings, and you're going to kind of just weave them in and out like that. Whoops. In and out. Just like that. So what you're going to end up with is you're going to end up with something that looks a little bit like that for a wall. I mean, this is about as good as I can get for Minecraft. Where you're going to have these saplings coming up out of the ground, and you're going to have the interwoven branches with that. On top of this, you're going to pack in mud, and that is going to make a pretty quick and easy, just wall. So that's how most of the construction would have been done in the really, really early stuff. Now later on, of course, they did stone and things like that. But I just want to be sort of transparent with this, because some of you are in the know. Some of you will know that the early stuff was wattle and daub. And of course, this is sort of based on an early apsidal house, or at least a bunch of different ones. This is sort of just heading off those comments before I get them. Yes, it would have been wattle and daub, but I just chose to build with stone and cobblestone because, well, they don't have wattle and daub in Minecraft. Let's start with the main chamber. The main chamber of an apsidal house and megaron would have been square or rectangular, which is what I got going on here. In the middle, it would have had a hearth, and above the hearth, it would have had a hole in the roof. All right, this is going to be your basic layout of an apsidal house slash megaron. All apsidal houses and megarons, or most of them, would also have a porch, and that is built by extending the walls out to the front, and then, of course, extending the roof out to the front and having these pillars here. Now, I opted for these skinnier pillars simply because the thicker ones didn't look so good, but, you know, the thicker ones probably would have been a little bit more historically accurate. So, the basic layout, of course, main chamber and porch, and then some of them had an antechamber. Back in the day, this antechamber, if it was a megaron, would have just had a flat back wall, and if it was an apsidal, it would have had the curve. The apsidal meaning, of course, curved. I like the apsidal stuff. That's why I decided to do this sort of curved thing rather than just a flat back wall. But the crazy thing is, not all apsidal and megaron structures had this antechamber. If you look at some of the historical examples, some of them are just this main chamber and the porch. So we see this design a little bit later on too in the classical period, though there's a lot of discussion on whether or not it's a carryover from the early Bronze Age stuff or the standard Bronze Age stuff. So anyways, that's the apsidal house. So, once my emergency respawn apsidal house was built, I needed to get the restocking done, which of course involved planting some crops. Now, in ancient Greece, they didn't really have much in the way of irrigation. They relied on the rain, and because of that, sometimes things didn't work out for them. Some years were great, some years not so much. And there we go. We're going to use the rain as well. Yeah, okay. So, let's continue on. So now eventually Zeus blessed me and I now have crops, as you can see. So there was one last thing to do, which was set off on an adventure to find a village. Oh, come on. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Oh, no you don't. Dude. Not cool. These buildings, thank you for the eggs. Whoop. You sneaky.
Here we go!
No, no. What'd I say? That's right, get back in there. I was cool with you just hanging out, doing your weirdo. Yeah, hi, come see me. I see you. Look, I'm looking right at you. Come on. Didn't have to go down like that, man. Didn't have to go down like that. What? Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and boy do I have a treat of an episode for you. This episode, we are going to set out on a journey to find a village. Now I know what you're thinking, we ended last episode about to do that in a boat heading out into the open water. So why am I back on the beach? Well, you see, I forgot to take care of something very important in the Bronze Age, or rather, someone. Poseidon. Could you imagine if I set out on a journey in the open water after pissing off Poseidon? I could have been lost for, I don't know, 10 years or so. Looking at you, Odysseus. So before we set out, I'm going to build a small altar on the beach, probably right about here. And here, we are going to sacrifice to Poseidon. And in a rare treat, I'm going to say the Homeric hymn to Poseidon in ancient Greek. Why? Immersion. That's why. Now, I'm not the greatest at speaking in ancient Greek, but I'll try my best. And don't worry, I'll subtitle it in English so you know exactly what I'm saying. So with that, let's get into it. Well, that was pretty quick. Let's grab the chicken. Amphe posada ona, megan theon, arcom I aiden. Gaie skine terra, gaia truget hoyo thalasis. Ponteon, hostelicona, Caiurius eke aegas. Dictatoi enosi Gaie, theoite main ede santa. Hepon te demeter, emene sotera te neon. Caere posadeon gaeoke, quanakaita kaimakar. Eumenes hetore con pluusin arege. Hilete kai fulate ten hodone moi. I'm tempted to head out into the open ocean, but I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm just going to follow the coast for a little bit and see what I can see. And if I can't find a village along the coast here, or maybe along a river, then maybe we'll go out into the open ocean. It's pretty tall. You know, let's ooh. Yeah, there's some nice hills around here. Oh, hello. Oh. What do we got? What do we got? Can I get there? Alright, let's check them out. Okay, got some hills over here I could terraform. Yeah, well, you know, this village is kind of on a hill too. Another farmer over there. Okay, got some farmers. Got some cows. Alright. I see the village has been blessed by Hephaestus. They have their own automaton. Very nice. Yeah, let's go meet the villagers. What's this over here? Ah. Do you not have this as your job? I mean, you got the blast furnace right here. You don't want to pick up that job? Okay. Excuse me, sir. Do you have a one ox? Oh. You don't?
Excellent.
So, that was it. I decided the village was going to be mine. I was going to be their one ox. So I stood on this building, watched the sun go down over my new village. Tomorrow we work. So here is where we will build. But first, Gotta get rid of all these trees. Now, when the ancient Greeks needed to clear out stuff like this, they did what a lot of people have done for thousands of years. Burn it all. I'm gonna burn it down. So yeah, this is pretty effective. No! No! A sign from Zeus. Alright. I'll go mine instead. So I did just that. Went underground, started mining, and after a while came back up, and it was time to flatten this hill. As you can see from the time lapse, I've deforested and flattened the top of this hill. Now I might take it down one more block, as I'm going to need a lot more dirt to build up the settlement I plan on doing. Now I'm not going to tell you what settlement I plan on doing. I'm going to leave that as a surprise for the next episode. But I will tell you it involves building this hill up, this whole thing up in tiers. Probably about 3 tiers. Now I did some calculations, and I think this is going to be the center of the settlement, but I might move it a little more towards this tree line over here. Maybe like 5 blocks or so. Whoops, not that tree line. This tree line over here. Probably about 5 blocks or so, maybe like right there-ish. Because I think I want this area to be some farms, because I'm going to relocate everyone up to the top here. So that would be a good spot to do some farms. Also, before doing this whole terraforming thing and deforesting thing, I did do some mining beforehand for some supplies, so check it out. I got this whole double chest full of cobblestone, and I got this double chest partially full with some regular stone. I got some stone that's smelting right here. I'm gonna also do some stone brick, and then I've got this double chest with some dirt and some leftover wood. I think I want this whole thing full, and maybe a double chest of both dirt and cobblestone / stone to do this project here. So I think after the end of this episode, I'm going to do some more mining below this to get some more stone. But that's boring. So I'm not going to subject you to me doing a bunch of mining and bringing this whole thing down one more block. I think I'm actually going to just end the episode here. And when we come back in the next episode, I'll have all my supplies ready and we're going to build something cool. So here I go, down into the mines, and I'll see you next time. Gonna get me some pork chops, gonna get me some pork chops, gonna get me some pork chops, and it, whoa, 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 come here, come here. I suck at this game. And welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide, and today I am super excited because we are going to start building our first real-world settlement in this game. Now, as you can see behind me, I've already started laying out the footprint of that settlement, and soon I'll start building walls. But you're probably wondering what I'm going to be building. What is the first ever build gonna be in this world? And that is gonna be Dimini. That's right, Dimini. And you're probably wondering, where and what is Dimini? And why is it important? And normally, I'd stand here and tell you all about it, but I'm just too excited to get started on this thing, so I'll explain everything during the time lapse. You ready? Let's do it. So let's start with the when and where of Dimini. So Dimini is in the region of Thessaly in Greece, and I'll supply a map for you here. Now the Dimini that I'm building here is actually the Neolithic Dimini and not the Bronze Age one, and there's a really good reason for that. The Neolithic Dimini serves as a good segue into the Bronze Age, and it shows a couple of incredibly important aspects of civilization. So when an archaeologist or anthropologist talks about the emergence of civilization, they'll use a lot of common terminology. And the two terms that we're going to focus on in regards to Dimini are social stratification and specialization of craft. Now for this video, we're going to focus on the social stratification term, and here's a pretty wordy definition. Basically, it's the separation of people based on their standings within the community, and it's the basis for early forms of government. Now at the Neolithic site of Dimini, we start to see the beginnings of this social stratification, these layers of administration and government. And what's really wild about Dimini is that those layers of society are physically present in the layers of the town itself. Do you recognize the footprint of that building up there on the top? It should look an awful lot like the apsidal building that we made in the first episode. If you recognized it right off the bat, then you know that that's a megaron. And we think that the megarons held a key purpose in the social standings and administration of the settlements. As I mentioned before, we see these megarons everywhere throughout the Neolithic, all the way up through the Bronze Age. And they are very important buildings. Some of them get downright huge. It is from this megaron that we think that some sort of leader or chief ran the settlement at Dimini.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
Hello there.
Just a bit outside.
What the hell was that? As you can see, I've made an outer wall and an inner wall, and an even inner wall than that, and within those walls there's different heights of the ground. You see, Dimini was built on a hill, and when archaeologists start to examine the buildings within the settlement, we start to see some really neat things. Specifically, the higher you go on the hill and the farther into the settlement, the more important the buildings get. And this is what I mean when I say that Dimini has that physical representation of social stratification. All that gobbledygook that just came out of my mouth right now, that means that the higher up you go on the hill, well, the more important you are. Okay, so it is the real life next day and I'm back here at Dimini to do some final touches. Now you may be noticing that it's a little sparse, and that's kind of by design. You see, this episode is all about building up from the archaeological footprint to give you an idea of what the settlement would have looked like as per what was uncovered by archaeologists. This isn't necessarily how it looked in its heyday, but I'll get into that later. For now, let's get to finishing this up. So what I'm doing now is I'm putting doorways and roofs on some of these buildings, and I'll be following up with some texturing. You ever play the original Doom game from '93? Yeah, I don't want this build to look like a level from that game, so texturing is definitely gonna happen. And when I'm done with that, I'll do a little bit of editing magic and give you a good flyby so you can see what the whole thing looks like. Now while we do that overview of the site, I'll also put up a picture of the archaeological site so you can see the similarities between what I've built here and what is in the real world. I'll also talk a little bit about construction techniques afterwards. Okay, so before we get into the glamour shots, let's talk a little bit about construction. Now, if you go to Dimini today, you're not going to find walls like what I've built. Instead, what you're going to find is something like this. Basically just foundations sticking up out of the ground. And the reason for that is because Dimini was not built with cobblestone or stone, like how I've built it here, but rather it was built with mud brick. Now I'm using sandstone, so imagine it's mud brick. And there's one major problem with using mud brick to build your walls. Rain. Now when you have a site that sits out in the weather like this with rain hitting mud brick, it sometimes only takes just mere decades for the mud brick to melt away. And once it gets worn away by rain, well, the next thing you know, you're left with this. Now, if you don't know what mud brick is, that's okay. Let me give you a quick rundown of what it is. For those of you that live in the American Southwest, you should recognize this immediately as adobe, though, many other places use adobe as well. But basically, mud brick is, believe it or not, mud that's been mixed with some sort of binding material and left to air dry. So imagine this is a lot like how one would make pottery, where they would take clay and add some sort of material to help it keep its shape. Only in this case, you're using mud, sometimes with sand or loam mixed in, and adding some sort of binding material, which could be anything, maybe grass or some sort of organic. It doesn't really matter, because what you're going for is something that, once it's left out to dry, would be rigid enough to build your walls with and relatively resistant to the weather. In this game, they do offer mud brick, and I would use mud brick for the construction here, but there's two main issues I have with it. One, the mud brick in this game, in my opinion, doesn't look all that good. And two, what it takes to make mud brick is a little too labor intensive for what I'm doing here for these videos. But enough about me talking technical stuff. Let's get into those glamour shots. And there it is. Dimini as suggested by the archaeological finds. Now, next episode, we're going to look at artists' renditions of how Dimini should have looked in its heyday, and we will try to reproduce that a little bit better. But for right now, I'm going to go do some editing on this video to get it out in time for you, and, well, I'm going to get some sleep. So until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. On the last episode, we built the Neolithic site of Dimini, and it turned out alright, if just a little bland. So today on this episode, we're going to look at some artistic renderings of Neolithic Dimini and build this settlement up to house villagers from the village down the hill. Now, I want to take this opportunity to let you know that every comment that you leave, every like that I get, and every minute of view time really gets me fired up to make more of these videos. I just want you to know I appreciate all that, and I really hope to continue doing these videos since I thoroughly enjoy making them. If you have like-minded friends who enjoy history, let them know about my channel and bring them on over, because I feel like what I'm doing here hasn't really been explored heavily before, and let's face it, we have a good time. Alright, now let's start where we left off. So this is an artistic rendering of Dimini, how it is right now. And this is about how I have it built, with some few minor changes. Now, I've rechecked the map, and I'm gonna have to do some fine-tuning to my interpretation, but that's neither here nor there. Most artistic renditions of Dimini show it as suggested by the archaeological remains. Now, a few of them, like this one and this one, show a roof feature on the inside of the walls that goes along the entire circumference of it. This would suggest connected house units, at least that's what it looks like to me, and I rather like this idea of connected house units along the inside of these walls. There's another rendition at archeologyonline.com that shows many houses and many more circular walls expanding out. Now, I don't have the licensing for that picture, you can look it up for yourself, but I rather like the idea as well, even if there is no archaeological evidence for it. So I'm going to start building some of these housing units as depicted in these artist renditions, but what can we tell from the archaeological remains when it comes to placing these structures? Remember that second term from the last episode? You should remember the first term, which was social stratification, meaning the separation of people based on their social standings within a certain group. That second term was craft specialization. And what we find at Dimini is quite astonishing. What makes Dimini really special is that for the first time in the Neolithic, we really start to see solid evidence of craft specialization. Now, here's a definition of craft specialization, but basically it is what it sounds like: people specializing in a specific craft or job. Now, why is this so important to the emergence of civilization? Well, it shows that people are no longer being subsistence farmers, or for a modern term, living paycheck to paycheck. They aren't producing specifically for themselves. So instead of farming to feed yourself, or sew your own clothes, or make your own pots, you do one job really well and trade for everything else. Now, this is a type of social interaction in a magnitude the likes of which we've not really seen up until this point. So when you think of crafts in the Neolithic, a lot of times you think of things that are necessities, things you need to survive. And Damini wasn't making a necessity. Oh no, they were making something way more interesting. Jewelry. And what's fascinating about this is that they're making jewelry out of shells. And the more you look into the production of shell jewelry at Damini, the more interesting it gets. Because they're using a very specific shell, Spondylus. And Spondylus is not found in the waters near Damini, which means that not only is Damini specializing in making jewelry out of shells, and therefore trading for other goods in order to survive, but they're also trading for the raw material to make that jewelry in the first place. Now, to us in the modern day, getting the raw materials to make something is kind of a no-brainer. That's what people do anyways. If you're a hobbyist who does wood carving, you don't grow the trees that you use the wood from in your yard. And if you make jewelry, you don't mine and smelt the ores that you use to make those. But in the Neolithic, that's kind of what you had to do. If you wanted to make something, a lot of times you had to have the materials already at hand. But at Damini, Spondylus shells are found hundreds of miles away. Imagine being so good at a craft that people not only will trade you things that they need to survive, but they'll also trade you the materials as well. The best analogy I can think of is that you want to get a tattoo done by a certain artist, but that artist is on the other side of the country. So you decide to set out on the multi-day journey cross-country to get your tattoo done. That tattoo artist is Damini. In the case of Damini, everyone was most likely a jeweler, and we see this in the archaeological record. Here's a map of the artifact concentrations and what they are. One thing you'll notice is that at every level of Damini, there was evidence of jewelry production, and they're focused on these buildings. So Damini wasn't just a Neolithic settlement where people lived and died, but it was also the first real evidence of the emergence of an organized settlement with connected networks to other settlements. And this is a huge thing that will continue on throughout the Bronze Age and the rest of the Greek world.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Jesus. Dude, seriously? No.
5 minutes later.
That's better. Alright, my interpretation of Dimini is done. But before we get to the glamour shots, let's go for a little tour. So there you have it, my interpretation of Neolithic Dimini. Now I really hope you'll join me on the next episode, because we're going to be moving the villagers up here, plus a little more terraforming and probably building a dock with some boats. If you enjoyed this video, go ahead and give me a like, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe button, because there's much more stuff like this on the way. In fact, I'm just getting started. So until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. So last episode, we gave ourselves 3 goals. Now I really hope you'll join me on the next episode, because we're going to be moving the villagers up here, plus a little more terraforming and probably building a dock with some boats. So it's about time we get to it. So goal number 1 is to move the villagers up into Dimini. Now I plan on accomplishing this by just simply moving their beds from the houses up into Dimini, and I might have to move their job blocks as well, we'll see. But once they've been moved, I'm going to go ahead and take down all of the houses of the village since they won't be needing them at that point. Second goal is terraforming the hill. Without the villages on the sides of the hill, it might look a little weird, so I'm going to go through and terraform it. With that being said, we're going to do something special with the farms and the farmers, but I'll talk more about that when we get to it. And the final thing, goal number 3, is to create some boats in the harbor. Now that's a lot of stuff, so let's not waste any time, and let's get right into it. What the f... No. No. How? No. Yeah. How?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Alright, so step 1 is taken care of. All of the villagers are up in Dimini. To do that, I took their beds from the houses along the hill and put them up inside the various buildings in Dimini. They all just kind of went with it. I also made a few more beds so the village can prosper and grow in the future. Now you just saw that I took down the buildings along the hill, and I plan on using the wood from that for step 3. But before we get to that, we need to do step 2, terraforming. So let's do it.
Come on. Do it. Do it!
Okay, geez. Awfully intense.
Many hours later.
Alright, step 2 is done, and it took over 5 hours to do that terraforming. Now I'd show you the time lapse, but it's boring. It's just totally boring. Anyways, yeah, in the future, if we need to do any terraforming, no. Just no, okay? Well, alright, maybe minimal terraforming, but dang, that was long and tedious. So here's a before and after shot. was a little more epic than it needed to be. Anyways, looks much nicer now, and nothing too crazy happened while doing the terraforming. Except, well, except for this.
Hello, motherfucker.
Anyways, with that long job done, we can finally move on to the little surprise about the farms and farmers. You see, Greece doesn't have a lot of farmland, though in Thessaly it has a lot more usable land for farming. But the way the ancient people capitalized on what little area they had was by terracing the hillsides. If you terrace the hillsides, you can boost the amount of usable land to grow food. This terracing is actually still visible in some areas even today. Well, now that step 2 is done, we can move on to something a little more creative. Step number 3, boats. We're going to put some boats in the harbor, and I'm going to use the wood from the houses that I took down earlier. So let's get into it.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Was that? Oh. Come on, guys. Seriously? I'm kind of in the middle of something here. To get this boat design, I watched a tutorial by Remiho. I don't know if that's how you say their name, but I'll link it in the description. Now, I took the basic design that they had in the video and did some modifications based on the depictions of boats on cycladic frying pan artifacts. Here's a picture of one. Something to note is that these aren't actually frying pans. They just share the shape with our modern cookware. The actual use for them is unknown. Now, I basically took the highly stylized depictions of boats on the frying pans and looked at contemporary ship designs in the general area. The Egyptians had a design for a ship that was sort of similar, and the depictions of ships on Akrotiri show something closer to the Egyptian designs. Now, Akrotiri is much later than the Neolithic, but with all of those design elements in my head, I came up with this. Now, keep in mind that this design is complete fantasy and not based on any hard evidence, just what I think they would maybe look like. No. Sneaking up on me. And with that, the boats are done. Now, if you were eagle-eyed enough during that time lapse, you would have noticed a few things being a little off with some of the boats. Things like stuff being asymmetrical or missing pieces. I've since gone back off camera and fixed them a little bit. Now, before we get into the really cool, sweeping cinematic shots of the settlement, I'd like to go over a few things. Now, by the time this video comes out, the spring semester will have started and my workload will have significantly increased. So with that being said, there might be a slightly longer gap between videos coming out, but I promise to get them out when I can and as soon as possible. As for Domini here, I think I might spend a week or two hanging out with the villagers and, help them grow their populations, maybe tend to some of the finer details and troubleshoot. Just basically fine-tuning what we've built here. In the long run, I think what I've decided to do is make this entire world downloadable when we're all done, and leave coordinates to all the settlements that we've built at spawn, along with a map for you to find them. At each of the settlements, I think I'll put in some of those lecterns with books down at key areas and put some facts and stuff in them so you can read about the areas that they're located at. It'll kind of be like a self-guided tour. On top of all of this, I think I'll put in a couple of hidden secrets near each of the settlements that those of you who are intent on exploring may get a kick out of when you find them. In the meantime, enjoy these cinematic shots of what we've built here. And I really hope you'll stick around for the next build, because this is just the warm-up, and I can't wait to show you what's next. everyone, and welcome to a short and sweet episode of Bronze Age Minecraft. Back on the 27th of January, I posted a community post saying that the channel was getting close to 50 subscribers, and wouldn't you know it, we hit that mark the same day. I think it's totally wild that I have 50 subscribers on this channel. Now, granted, some of those are friends and family who feel obligated to subscribe. And you are obligated, by the way. But the vast majority of those 50 plus subscribers are strangers that I don't know personally. And it blows my mind that someone, somewhere, came across this little channel here and thought, yeah, that's what I want. Let alone nearly 50 of you. See, this whole YouTube channel thing is a passion project of mine, and I absolutely love sharing this with all of you. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. So I hope you stick around as I explore ever more creative ways of interpreting the past and presenting it to you. But with that said, I did promise to do something special for hitting the 50 sub mark. So today, we're going to build some olive trees. Now there's not going to be a lot of commentary here, so just sit back and enjoy. Hey man, hey, do you know where there's a savanna biome around? You do? Cool. Where's it at? I'm just wondering. No, you don't need to show me. Don't need to show me. Just tell me. Just tell me. Okay. Uh-huh. All right. So, north. Okay, yeah. Okay, but I mean, like, when will I know where it's at? Okay, right. Uh-huh. Sure. Okay. I mean, that seems a little, like, I mean, are you sure? No, wait, no, I believe you. No, you're fine. All right, see ya. You rock. That was the wrong way. This is the right way now. Sada ona negante herme honeusa Dios camayalos huya. I'm back. I don't want to talk about it. These things haven't despawned, so I'm going to restart the game and then we'll get to building. to be on? Let's put it on this one. Oh. Oh. And there we are. I want to thank you again for 50 subscribers, and here's to the next 50, and every 50 after that. I'll see you next time. Now, where is that cartographer? Hey, you and I, we need to talk. So I've been busy. Busy kicking ass. And I can't wait to show you what's next. Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? I've been here for too long. Yeah, it's time to go. Hey, hi, me again. No, wait, hear me out. So, rumor has it that there is a village up to the northeast of us, about a kilometer away. You wouldn't happen to know where that is, would you? Oh, you do? Great. Right. No. No. Hey, hold on. Can you just make me a map? I mean, that is what you do. Just make me a map, please. Right. Yes. That is exactly what I want. Thank you. So that was it. I decided I was going to spend my last night here at Neolithic Dimini. And in the morning, I was going to take off with a bunch of supplies and head for the savanna biome that I'd found in the seed map and start the new settlement. So here it is one more time. My interpretation of Neolithic Dimini. Hermain I aid oculenion argefontein. Culenes medionta kai arcadies polumelu. Angelon athanaton eriunion. Konteke Maya Atlantos Dugater. Dios en Philotiti Migesa Aidoye. Macaron de Theon Aleinen Homilon. Antro Naeteusa Paliskio. Entha Cronion Numfe Euplocamo Miskesketo Nuctos Amolgo. Eute cataglucos hypnos ehoi leucolenon herein. Lanthane de Thanathus de Theus, Thnetus de Anthropus. Caesumen huto caere, Dios cae maiados huie. Caer herme, caeridota, dioctore, dotoreon. So I had made it to the new land, and first thing I did, like any good ancient Greek would do, I built an altar. Once the altar was done, it was time to check out the new place, and let me tell you, it was a shit show. Let me just show you. Alright, let's see what we got here. Looks like I got a good vantage point right there. Hold up. What is on fire? Oh my god, why would you build here? Why would you build here? You're right over lava. I gotta put this out before it catches the whole village on fire. I eventually got the fire out, but then it was on to fix other things. Fixed. What in the world? Fixed, and fixed. Seriously, guys? And with all that out of the way, then it's on to torch spamming this entire island so that nothing spawns. But I'm not going to have you watch that because that's boring. So instead, let's check out what we've got. So there you have it, our new island to build on. Now there's a few things that need to happen before we start to build. One, we need to do some light terraforming in order to fit things properly. You see, what we're going to build here has a palatial complex, a rather large one, and a lower town. So some of these little ponds gotta go. And two, we gotta divide up the island for that aforementioned palace and town. I also want to add a dock, and I think I'm going to move the altar to the beach. But all that's going to happen in the future. So until then, I'll see you next time. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. And today we are going to work on getting this island prepared for our next build. I'm also going to let you know what settlement we're looking to build in this place, and it's a big one. But we have a bunch of work to get done first, including terraforming. That's right, I'm going to do that in the beginning to get it out of the way. But first you may notice that my levels are gone, and no, that's not from enchanting, and it's definitely not because I got distracted by a spider and ambushed by a creeper while putting torches all over the island and ended up respawning back in our episode 1 Apsidal house. It's doing fine, by the way. No, that's not it at all. Anyways, let's get started. Now, first thing we got to do is take down all the trees. And I'm going to save a bunch of the saplings because I really like the acacia trees in this game, and I'm going to be using them for roof tiles because of their orange color. I think it'll look really good. Matter of fact, I think I could say that the savanna biome is probably one of my most favorite biomes in this entire game. So let me show you the layout that I'm thinking. So here is an overhead shot of the island as it sits right now. And I think right smack dab in the middle of the island, we're going to build up a hill to put the palatial complex on. Now, what palace may be going there, you may ask? Well, it's going to be Nestor's palace, the settlement of Pylos, or Sandy Pylos as Homer calls it. But what's a palace without its town? That will also be built, and I'm thinking about putting it right about here in the location of the existing town. But I'm going to have to do a little bit of terraforming there too and bring some of the ground down to the beach. But what's a town and a palace without its infrastructure and food and all that? And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just establish some fields in these areas for food stuff and grazing lands and all that. But enough of all that. Let's check out the floor plan of the palace. Spoiler warning, if you want to be surprised, fast forward to this timestamp in the video. Otherwise, let's get into this. Alright, let's just move that out of the way. This is the palace floor plan. There we go. Alright. There we are. Alright, so here it is. I got a ground floor and a second floor. But wait, there is more. Yeah. So I've got buildings off to either side of it. And I'll show you how this lines up real quick so you can get an idea. Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay. Alright. So it lines up about like that, so you can see that off to the left there. And then the right side lines up a little bit different. It's about like, well, all right, about like that. And then this top one up here in the corner is going to be about like that. Yeah. Wine storage, by the way. So anyways, that is the whole complex right there. And we'll go over what these different rooms are when we get to building. Anyways, back to cutting down trees. Alright, now that the island is relatively treeless, why don't you follow me out this way? I want to show you some things. Alright, so those trees and those cliffs over there, I think I'm just going to leave the way that they are. It's kind of cool looking and sort of adds to the whole ambiance of the whole thing. So yeah, I think they're fine. They're probably going to stay. But this over here, right about this general area that I'm walking up to right now, this is going to be where we're going to build the hill. So this little indentation in the island, we're going to sort of flatten that out and maybe take this hill down over here. The big thing though, well, the big thing is going to be this hole here. We're going to need to fill in this hole. Hear that, sheep? He ain't paying attention. That's right. It's fine. Anyways, but first things first, we got to build a little hut. Now don't expect anything grandiose or aesthetically pleasing with this. This is just a storehouse and a spot for me to sleep. Did I say not aesthetically pleasing? Well, okay, maybe a little, just in some spots, but not everywhere. I just can't help myself. So there you have it, my interpretation of everybody's first Minecraft house. You know it's true. It's square, it's ugly, it's small. It's what mine looked like. Actually, that's not true. Mine was actually made out of dirt, not out of stone. But anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. So, there you have it. Here's my little construction house that I'm going to use to store some of the stuff that I need to terraform. So next episode, I think what we're going to do is do a little bit of terraforming of the hill in the middle, and maybe take down some of the village behind me. Well, the terrain, not the village itself. The village itself will stay for a while. The terrain will come down. But I think I'm going to wrap it up, so until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to a short and sweet episode of Bronze Age Minecraft. Back on the 1st of April, I posted a Bronze Age Minecraft video that was admittedly kinda boring compared to some of my other ones. But somehow the algorithm got a hold of it, and I woke up on the 2nd of April to nearly 700 views and over 100 subscribers. So, just like my 50 subscriber video, we're gonna do a special episode to commemorate this milestone. Now, if you remember, I said I wasn't going to mess with these cliffs behind me because I liked the way that they looked. Well, we're not going to tear them down, but we are going to add something to them. You see, in the final years at Pylos, there was mention of people watching the coast. So what better way to watch the coast than with a watchtower? So I'm going to take some sandstone and some oak, and we're going to go build a watchtower on that cliff back there. Maybe even put some horns of consecration on top. That's something that some of the Minoan palaces had on top. It was kind of pointy. You know what? It doesn't matter. If you're ready, I'm ready. So let's get into it. Oh, yeah. Huh. I'm not going to have enough sandstone. Okay, back to the drawing board. Really? How many of you assholes are there? Oh, there's a banner guy too, isn't there? Okay. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. Yeah, you stay there. Hey guys, what's up? Woo! Yeah, come and get me. Oh. Nope. Nope. Oh, thank you. And throw you down in there, and throw you down in there. Ooh, get the heck out of here.
Many hours later.
Is that all you guys? Okay. You know... Thank you. Okay, now where was I? You know what? Let's do a second one. Yeah, right over this way. Yeah, right here. Yeah, that works. And there you have it, the 2 watchtowers. Now I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for getting me up to 100 subscribers. For those of you who've been here from the beginning to those of you just coming on, I really appreciate you being here and sticking it out with me. And here's to the next 100 and every 100 after that. I'll see you next time. everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I am a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. Now today, we are going to start terraforming. Yes, that dirty T word. And to start off, we'll knock down some of these hills. We want the palatial complex to be set apart and above the surrounding countryside. And while I do a little bit of this terraforming, we'll go ahead and dive into the real-life Pylos. This video is probably going to take a long time to make, so I hope to get it out in a timely fashion, but you know how terraforming goes. Plus, with this being the Bronze Age, I have some restrictions in place that will make this take a little longer. But anyways, I think I've stalled long enough. It's best just to rip the band-aid off, so if you're ready, I'm not ready. Let's get into it. Wait a second. I may have gotten a little too ahead of myself. I don't even know the footprint of the palace yet, so I might have been doing this all for nothing. Hold on, let me calculate this up. I'll be right back.
Many hours later.
What? No, it didn't take me many hours. Rude.
5 minutes later.
Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, so I think the middle of the palatial complex should be here, and it should be 79 blocks north to south and 96 blocks east to west. So let me put this footprint in first before I continue chopping hills down. Cue the music. Pylos is located in a region of the Peloponnese called Messenia, found here. Now, those of you who are familiar with the periods after the so-called Dark Ages and the expansion of Sparta would know Messenia as the area with which the Spartans got their slaves, their helots. But long before all of this, Messenia and Pylos was an area rich in trade, prosperity, and, more importantly to archaeologists, administration. I know the thought of administration and political structure seems awfully dull, but to archaeologists who study past cultures, these things are fascinating and offer a window into what past cultures considered to be important. All right, now east to west. Pylos, the real Pylos, is not located on an island like this is in Minecraft, but rather inland. The palatial complex at Pylos lies on a hill with a commanding view of the lower countryside, a rather perfect place to have the seat of your government. About 3.5 miles to the west is the ocean, and to the south one can find the Bay of Navarino. North of the site is a rugged range of mountains, which will come up later when we discuss the administration of lands and taxes in the kingdom, if we could be so bold as to call it that. Well, let's take a look and see how big this thing is. Holy crap. Okay, I'm gonna just fill in the footprint of the buildings and see how far we can get. The site is called the Palace of Nestor, which is taken from Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. You see, Nestor was an old king and general from Pylos who was known for his wisdom and counsel. Though, to be honest, a lot of what he says sounds an awful lot like, "In my day, we walked to school uphill in the snow, both ways, and we liked it." But I suppose that's what you get when you have someone who has supposedly outlived 3 generations, as Homer claims. Nestor stepped in to try to calm down the situation between Agamemnon and Achilles in the Iliad. He had some sound advice, but ultimately Achilles had his way, as did Agamemnon, I suppose. And later, Nestor pops up again in the Odyssey. In his first appearance in the Odyssey, Nestor is sacrificing to Poseidon on the beach, and that's why I put the altar up on that little island as we showed up a few episodes back. I'll probably move that altar to the beach near the palace. Pylos was the first place Telemachus went on his search for his father Odysseus. Nestor fed and housed Telemachus, as is customary by Xenia, before sending him on to Sparta with one of his sons. And that is basically the last we hear of Nestor in the Odyssey. One of the things that I find particularly fascinating about the Palace of Nestor at Pylos is not what is present there at the site, but rather what is missing. You see, in nearly all of the Mycenaean palatial complexes, we find massive fortification walls. These walls are described as Cyclopean because it was once thought that the only way these walls were built was if it were by the Cyclops themselves. Towards the end of the Late Bronze Age, we see a lot of the Mycenaean centers reinforcing these walls and getting ready for something. Yet, at Pylos, we find no evidence of walls ever being in place. Granted, in the 16th century there is evidence of walls, but this was well before the Palace of Nestor was ever built. It leaves you with many questions, such as, were they just peaceful? Or was Pylos so powerful that they didn't need walls? And that was the last of my dirt, which means we are going to have to start hacking away at this hill some more, and maybe even that hill over there. Now, I'm sure we can get it to look pretty decent, but we did get a lot accomplished today. The footprint of the buildings are pretty much in place, and they are massive. Now all we got to do is build the ground out and down. But I think I'll end the episode here and pick back up with some more terraforming for the next episode. I'm glad you could join me, and I hope to see you again. But until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. Can you believe it? We are already on episode 10. in this series, and just look at what we've done. We built a Neolithic Megaron, the Neolithic settlement of Dimini, and we've already got the footers in place for the Bronze Age settlement of Pylos. We built a platform to raise the palatial complex above the surrounding countryside, and off camera, I've started trading with the villagers to try to get some building materials. But today, I'd like to take a little break from building Pylos and go in search of a material that I would like to eventually use in the palatial complex: mangrove wood. You see, there are some depictions of palatial complexes that have red and blue pillars, and I'd like to recreate that at Pylos simply because I think it looks good. But in order to go and get it, I'm going to have to travel 6,000 blocks away through uncharted lands. And as such, I'll need to be prepared. So let me grab some stuff and we will be on our way. What? Where the hell's that coming from? Did they spawn you in a wall? That's so messed up. Sorry, dude. Wait, will this work? Can you get out that way? I'm sorry that happened, man. That sucks. Here, let me go get you some iron. Zena theonton ariston esomai ede megiston. Ruopa creonta telesforon. Hoste themisti eklidon hezomene pokinos oarus oarize. Hileth Europa cronide cudiste megiste. So I mentioned last episode that we would talk about what was on the Linear B tablets at Pylos. And I mentioned that what we see is a lot of inventories. For example, the famous tablet 641 is some sort of inventory and reads as follows: 2 tripod cauldrons of the Ikeu type. A tripod cauldron with a single handle on 1 foot. 1 tripod of Cretan workmanship burnt from the legs up. 3 wine jars, a larger cup with 4 handles, 2 larger cups with 3 handles, a small cup with 4 handles, a smaller cup with 3 handles, and a smaller cup without handles. There are many of these inventory tablets found all over the Mycenaean world, but some of the more fascinating tablets involve offerings to the gods by cities and individuals. In the Linear B tablet from Pylos, numbered 316, we start to see deities popping up. You should recognize some of the gods listed. It reads, in the month of Ploistos, X, assumed to mean Pylos, both offers sacrifice at Pakijane and carries gifts and takes an unnamed person for the carrying. To Potnia, 1 gold 215 cup and 1 woman. To Manasa, 1 gold 213 bowl and 1 woman. To Poseidiahia, 1 gold 213 bowl and 1 woman. To Triceheros, 1 gold 216 cup. To Dospotas, 1 gold 214 cup. Well, I got me a horse. I mean, what kind of Mycenaean would I be without taming a horse? Now, the Mycenaeans would have used chariots rather than ride on the backs of horses, but Minecraft doesn't have chariots. And yes, I'm sure there's a mod out there, but I'm not going to put it in here. So riding this one will have to do. Now, I have a name tag that I made just in case I came across a horse and end up keeping it. And the name tag says Hungry Hungry. If you don't get the joke, be sure to look up what the ancient Greek word for horse is. But I'm sure you figured it out already. You're welcome.
Bye, have a beautiful time.
A few minutes later.
Oh, mangrove. All right, let's build a quick altar and leave an offering in thanks of our safe voyage. Then we can get to work. On the reverse side it says, X, again assumed to mean Pylos, both offers sacrifice at the shrine of Poseidon, and the city takes and carries gifts and takes an unnamed person for the carrying. 1 gold 215 cup and 2 women to Boya. Text missing. to Komawanteya and offers sacrifice at the shrine of Pere 82, of Iphimedia, and of Diwia, and carries gifts and takes an unnamed person for the carrying. To Pere 82, 1 gold 213 bowl, and 1 woman. To Iphimedia, 1 gold 213 bowl. To Diwia, 1 gold 213 bowl, and 1 woman. To Hermahas, Araja, 1 gold 216 cup, and 1 man. X, assumed to mean Pylos. Both offer sacrifice at the shrine of Zeus, and carries gifts and takes an unnamed person for the carrying. To Zeus, 1 gold 213 bowl, and 1 man. To Hera, 213 bowl, and 1 woman. To Dremios, the son of Zeus, 1 gold 213 bowl, and the rest of the text is missing. One thing to note is the offering of a man or woman is not to be taken as human sacrifice. We actually don't see any evidence of human sacrifice. We could take this to mean that they were cupbearers or assistants, someone helping with the carrying of these gifts. By the way, if you don't know how these things work in real life, I used to work on an island that had mangroves in a few of its bays, so let me tell you. The propagules are very pointy at the bottom, and the way this works is that the propagules would fall into the water and be carried by the waves somewhere else. That could be close by or it could be far, but eventually the propagules would get into shallow enough water to where the sharp tip of it would hit the sand and dig itself in. From there, another mangrove tree would pop up and the whole process would start all over. Eventually, you'd have an area covered by a thick, sprawling mangrove. Alright, that should be enough mangrove propagules to get myself started. So I'm gonna head back now. Oh, I realized I didn't talk about feasting like I said I would, so I guess I'll have to save that for the next episode. Or rather, the one after the 200 subscriber special. That's right, we are already there. Crazy, right? Anyways, I hope to see you again, so until next time, I'll see you then. He looks at his watch and he says, "All right, everybody, break's over. Back on your heads." Get it? Get it? Because they're, because they're in the... Get it? No? You don't get it? You get it, right? Yeah, this... You don't? Oh. Okay, no, that's cool. I got stuff I gotta do. Oh, they don't get it. Anyways, let's get to it. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide, and today we have a special episode, the 250 subscriber episode. If you remember the last subscriber special, we built these watchtowers, so for this episode, let's add another defensive element to the build. This is a pyxis from the late Bronze Age that was recovered at Pylos, and as you can see it has the depiction of a ship. Also, there's linear B tablets that reference rowers of ships from the late Bronze Age as well. And since the Pylos we're recreating is also in the late Bronze Age, I figured we could add some ships to the island. Now I placed some markers prior to filming to designate where the ships are going to go, so we'll have 2 ships that are going to be beached, and 3 ships that are going to be on patrol. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's get into it. Alright, and there you have it. Before I get to the absurdly cinematic shots of these boats, there's just one thing left that I need to do, which is put the sign on them. Now it seems just like yesterday we were doing the 100 subscriber special, so it blows my mind how fast this channel is growing. And I want to take this moment to thank all of you that have decided to subscribe. Whether you've been here from the start or you're just now subscribing, I really do appreciate every one of you, and I hope to continue to make content that'll keep you entertained and maybe just teach a few things along the way. And if you're not subscribed, come join us. It's a fun ride, I assure you. So here's to the next 250 and every 250 after that. Thank you. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Athos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. And today, we are going to finally complete something I started a few episodes back. The terraforming. That's right, we are going to finish the terraforming today no matter how long it takes. And I've decided that I'm going to give you a little sneak peek at the magic behind the curtain. I'm going to talk a little bit about how I make these videos. Also, this terraforming project took somewhere around 6 hours, so I'm not going to subject you to the entire time lapse. More of a greatest hits type of idea. So, let's get started. So just a reminder that even though the real-life Pylos is on a hill, it is not on an island like I've depicted here, which presents its own unique set of challenges. I genuinely thought that the complex was going to be a little smaller than it is, so I'm going to have to get a little creative with the terrain as you'll see. I see you. Why don't you follow me out into the sun? Aha, that's right. Burn. Haha. Yes. Yeah, come closer. How about some insult to injury? And another one. And oh shit, I'm on fire. I'm fire. Water, 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 water. Water, water. Ooh, hoo, 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 that was close. What? Oh, come on, Horace. Let's get you out of here. What are you doing? Alright, yes, now stay. Jeez. What the fuck? Okay, come on. Get out of the freaking hole. Jeez. Bad horse. Now you may wonder where I get my information that I hit you with during these builds. And the answer is that it is a combination of both knowledge gained from school/experience and research. For the research, I use a couple different online databases that I'll talk about. And I also utilize a few physical copies of books. Remember those? Ah, jeez, come on, man. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, here we go, here we go. You ready? And insult to injury. And oh, come on! Really? Fire? Come on. Oh, oof. You're not a bad horse, I was just frustrated. Now let's get out of here. Man, I suck at this game. For databases, the two major contributors to my information are JSTOR and academia.edu. JSTOR will be familiar to anyone who's pursued an anthropology degree. I first discovered JSTOR when I attended college for the first time. At that time, I think it was free to students and faculty only, but since then has had many of its articles free for non-students as well. Full access is still only reserved for those affiliated with institutions of higher learning, I think. Anyways, it's been a great resource.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Oh my god, I'm never gonna get this terraforming done. Ooh, oh, come on, man. Are you still back? Oh, you guys are persistent. Okay, well, time to go get some trapdoors. Maybe in the watchtowers? We're closed, thank you. Alright. Shit. Alright, are you still there? Oh, yep, you are. Okay. Excuse me, coming through. Yep. Oh, you're right there too. Okay. Oh, and it's becoming night. Come on. Oh, god dang. Dang, you guys hit hard. Alright. Oh, the chest by the bed. And I can sleep. Oh no. There's no torches up here.
Nani?
And there's bad guys. Hopefully they don't see me. And they saw me. Okay, time to go. No, get up. Okay, move. Oh, what the? Oh, come on. And... of course.
A few minutes later.
And trapdoor, open. Yeah. Close. Alright. Now, let's go be seen. And come get me.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
What a waste of time. The newest resource I've been using quite a lot is academia.edu. I'm not sponsored by them, wink wink nudge nudge, give me a call sometime, but I have had exceptional experiences with it. The absolute wealth of information is overwhelming sometimes. They will send you articles based on your reading habits, and that can oftentimes send you down some rather weird yet rewarding rabbit holes. I wholeheartedly recommend you get on there if any of the things I talk about even remotely stirs a desire in you to learn. Okay, I have run out of dirt to finish this terraforming project. It's taking a lot more than I thought it would. So let me go collect some more and get back to it.
Many hours later.
For physical books, I have the usual stuff one would expect, and some that might surprise you. But for this build in particular, I rely on this book, The Palace of Nestor at Pylos in western Messenia. Now before I get those comments, yes, I know it's dated, but it is the original reports from the excavation, and it is fascinating. Any detail stuff I need to confirm is found using either of the online databases I mentioned earlier. As for the hymns, I use this book, Hesiod, the Homeric Hymns, and Homerica. On one side, it is ancient Greek, and on the other is the English translation. I also do my own translations and play with the word order in order to better reflect the original Greek. And yes, there are many, many takes that I record before I get it just right. And there you have it. The terraforming is done. Well, mostly. I think I might make some tweaks here and there, but overall it's done. Next time, we're going to lay out the floor plan and do something about the villagers, as I don't want them sleeping outside. I may also finish hacking away at the terrain over there to prep it for the lower town section, though the lower town won't be built until after we get the palatial complex built. But I think that'll do it for now, so I'll leave you with some glamour shots, and until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. And today is a special episode. Our last special episode was our 250 subscriber edition, and I was planning on doing a 500 subscriber special as well. But since one of my videos absolutely exploded, this will have to be the 500 to 10,000 subscriber special. And what better time to build this particular facet of late Bronze Age architecture, the Tholos tomb. That's right, we're going to build the beehive-shaped tomb of the late Bronze Age nobility. And I know that in these episodes we normally take it a little light on the educational aspect, but for this one, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Tholos tomb and how it's constructed. But don't worry, it's not going to be a very dense episode. But let's go ahead and get started. And checking my notes, it appears that step 1 is... terraforming.
Oh, come on!
Just when I thought it was all over. Well, I might as well rip the band-aid off now. Prior to the Tholos tomb coming into use, the wealthy and powerful were buried in shaft graves. These consisted of, wait for it, a shaft that housed the dead with a slab placed over them and the shaft filled in with dirt. The most famous of these being grave shafts A and B at Messenia, with grave shaft A having the famous and rather misnamed Mask of Agamemnon. Alright, let me grab some of this, and let's not waste any more time. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So then this, and what? Wait, what? No, how did I already screw this up? 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. What? How? How's that? Then this, and oh my god. How did I already screw this up? A Tholos tomb was usually constructed by digging into a hillside and, like I stated earlier, constructing a beehive shape out of stone. At one end there would be an opening into the Tholos tomb down a long hallway called the Dromos. Unfortunately, all the Tholos tombs, or tholoi, that have been discovered have been heavily looted. However, some of them show evidence of richly decorated walls with gold. That's why I chose to use yellow glazed terracotta for the inside of this Tholos tomb. Now, most tholoi are quite large, with one of the more famous ones being the so-called Treasury of Atreus being absolutely massive. As such, they don't exactly blend in with their surroundings. This one is going to be significantly smaller than a real-world tholos, about half the size of the Treasury of Atreus. The time period that tholoi were in use was the late Bronze Age, and this corresponds with the time period that we're shooting for in the build of Pylos. This is also the time period that Homer attributes Nestor to living in. Now, there are plenty of academics that argue against the existence of the Homeric heroes, and I'm not going to get into that. But what I will say is that if Nestor did exist and was truly as wealthy and revered as Homer suggests, then his final resting place would have been in a Tholos tomb. Because most of the tholoi have been extensively looted, we can't say for sure what all was inside, but the few things that have been left suggest an incredibly rich burial for an incredibly important person. Unfortunately, decorative elements in Minecraft don't exactly align with the decorative elements of Mycenaean Greece, but I can add a few things that may, in a way, give it that ancient feel. So I'm going to grab some bricks that I got from trading with a mason and make some large pots and some small flower pots to place inside. So there you have it, my interpretation of a Tholos tomb in Minecraft. For those of you who have seen my other specials, you know what comes next, the sign. And while I take care of the sign, I'd like to take this moment to thank all of you that have subscribed. I've said it before and I'll say it again, if you've been here from the beginning or just subscribed today, I really do appreciate all of you that take the time to watch my videos, and I hope to continue making these videos as long as I possibly can. So if you haven't subscribed yet, feel free to check out some of my previous stuff, and I hope to earn your subscription then. But with all that said and done, let's get into the glamour shots. And until next time, I'll see you then. And this goes like, oh, no, okay. So I come at it from the other way. Alright, so I come in and it goes like this. No, it doesn't.
A few minutes later.
Oh my god. I put him in the wrong spot. Oh, why does this hurt my brain so much? Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Athens, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. And today is the day. We are going to start building the palatial complex at Pylos. That's right, the terraforming has been done, the subscriber special has been done, and now it's time to build. Hold on. That's a really nice shot there with the whole sunset and the towers. Let's see what that looks like with shaders. Oh yeah, that's really nice. I'm always surprised at how beautiful this game of blocks can be. Anyways, now I gotta sleep real quick. Dude, come on. Of all the beds in the entire village, why this one? Come on, man. You gotta go back. You gotta go back. Hold on, let me take care of this guy. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, the building. So we're gonna start by laying out the floor plan of the individual rooms in the complex. Yeah, that's right, dude. We already have the outline. Now we just have to fill it. Yeah, I know. Hold on. Once that's done, we're gonna move to a special building, the northeastern building. So if you're ready, I'm ready. He's obviously ready. Let's get into it. Alright, the floor plan is done, and now to start on the northeast building. There's been some scholarly debate on the function of the northeast building that I'll get into while building it. But first, let me tell you how this is going to go. In my studies on the northeast building, I came across a paper by Jorg Westerburg titled The Reconstruction of the Northeast Building at Pylos, A Different View. And in this paper, it is suggested that there were two building phases. Now, I really like his article, so I'm actually going to build the northeast building in those two phases. So, I've got my materials. Let's just jump into it. In Westerburg's article, the first phase of the building is that of a stoa. Now, if you're not familiar with what a stoa is, it's basically a long open building with a colonnade out front. The most famous of which is the Stoa of Attalos in Athens. But what's interesting about this type of building is that its appearance on the Greek mainland can be attributed to the Minoans. The Minoans were a prominent civilization on the island of Crete. They were known for their strong navy and large palatial complexes. Named after King Minos, you may better know them from... Whoop! Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Alright, let's try that again. Named after King Minos, you may better know them from the myth of the labyrinth and the Minotaur. Yeah, those guys. It is generally accepted that there was a blending of the more militaristic Mycenaean culture and a generally weakened Minoan culture in the 14th and 13th centuries, either through force or just regular old expansion. But it was more than just the Mycenaeans invading the Minoans. The flow also worked the other way, as it had been for quite a while, and we see Minoan influences in art, architecture, and other such things within the Mycenaean world. One of those influences being the Stoa. Now here it is, the first phase of the northeast building, the Stoa. As you can see, it consists of the three main rooms, the middle of which being completely open, a colonnade out front with the red pillars like what we see in some of the frescoes on Crete, and a flat roof, which is generally agreed upon by scholars. And the floor is just plain old stucco. The walls of this building were built out of crude brick, so I recreated that here with the mud brick block in Minecraft, the foundations of which are cobblestone, and in the real world the foundations of this building were courses of stone anywhere from between about 10 centimeters all the way up to nearly a meter in height. Generally speaking, this is a pretty good representation of what it probably looked like, though more than likely the walls were plastered. So now that phase 1 is done, let's knock out phase 2. For phase 2, we see some things being added to the building and some things being removed. The colonnade gets torn down in certain areas, with rooms being added across from the open rooms of the Stoa. Of these, there is one large room and two smaller ones. The roof is then extended out over these three rooms as well. The function of the northeast building has come into question as of late. The linear B tablets found would suggest some sort of workshop or supply building or storeroom. Because of this, Blegen, the main archaeologist that excavated Pylos, interpreted the building as a workshop for chariots, and it's been generally accepted as that for a long time. But there are some issues with that interpretation. Some scholars have pointed out that the northeast building is just too small for large-scale chariot construction and repairs. An interesting thing to note, however, is in that Minoan influence I mentioned earlier. The Great Stoa at Agia Triada on Crete is very similar in construction to the first phase Stoa suggested by Westerburg, and I mention it because that Stoa was both a storeroom and a workshop. This room here at the end that opens into the colonnade has been interpreted as a shrine, and the reason for that is because all the material remains from within that room are very different than the rest of the building. Couple that with the painted altar directly in front of the entrance to that room, and we're left with the impression that this had some sort of religious importance. It is suggested that this room perhaps belonged to a goddess named in one of the Linear B tablets, Potnia Hepea, or Lady of the Horses. This of course ties in nicely with the idea of the northeast building being a workshop dedicated to chariots. Alright, that is done. We're gonna do a little bit of a walkthrough and some glamour shots? What the There's nothing up here for you, man. I just don't get villagers sometimes. Anyways, I'm gonna place some of these decorations and let's get to those glamour shots. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. And today we are going to knock out another building and start on the main and southwestern buildings. But first, you probably noticed that my floor plan has changed a little bit. That's because I was poring over the maps and realized that I hadn't done enough proper research on the footprint before laying it out. I think I was just too excited to plan Pylos that I got a little ahead of myself. But that's fixed now. The building we are going to tackle today is the wine magazine, and as usual, I'll talk a little bit about it as we go to build it. Also, just so you know, I've spent the last several days resource gathering for the palatial complex, and I still don't think I have enough. But anyways, this is usually the part where the YouTuber asks if you're subscribed, but I'm not going to do that because I know you already are. Right? Alright, enough screwing around. Let's get started on this wine magazine. Much like the Northeastern building, the wine magazine is a fairly utilitarian building. And like the name suggests, it was used to house wine. The term magazine here just means storehouse or storage. The floors were stucco just like the Northeastern building, but because of the way that the wine is stored in here, I'm gonna start using slabs. Later on when we get to the palatial complex, I'll talk a little bit about my decision making with these floors. When Blegen excavated this building, he wondered if there was a second floor to it. Unfortunately, any staircase or access to that floor was missing. It's possible that there was an upper floor to this wine magazine that would have housed the wine guy, someone who's in charge of keeping the wine. The little evidence that we have that suggests there was a second floor is a bunch of pottery that doesn't really belong in a storehouse, suggesting that it fell from the second story into the wine magazine during the fire that destroyed the whole complex. But because there is no solid evidence of a second story, I'm going to leave it out. But I'm not going to completely rule out the possibility of adding one later. Alright, the walls are up, the floor is in, and the shelves are in place. Now we need the containers of wine called pithoi to put into this storehouse. The new 1.20 decorated pot just so happens to look a lot like a pithos, which we used earlier in the Tholos tomb and the Northeastern building. By my calculations, we need about 40 pithoi around the walls and 16 pithoi in the middle. There is no real evidence of stacking these, but we're going to double that number so that we have 2 rows of pithoi for a total of 112. Alright, so if it takes 4 bricks to make a single decorated pot, that's 448 bricks. Well, divide that by 64 for a stack, and we have, 7 stacks? Well, let's not waste any time and get the materials to do this. You know, we may also buy some from the stonemason guy.
Many hours later.
Well, that took a very long time. I did a lot of clay digging and some buying. The trouble I thought I had run into is that I already dug up a bunch of clay for the terracotta to go into the Tholos tomb, and what clay I had left over I formed into blocks, which I thought was a big waste until I tried breaking one to see if I would get any clay balls, and I did. So, thankfully not a waste. There was still a lot left to go though, but we eventually got there. So, let's put these in there and slap the roof on. That will never get old. And now, for the glamour shots. Okay, now on to the palatial complex. It's been 7 episodes on this island, not counting the specials, and we are finally getting to building the main palatial complex. So today will be step 1, which is the floors, and maybe some pillars, and maybe some roof supports, I don't know. Look, we're just gonna go with it and see how far we get. But first, we're gonna have to put in those wall foundations. Yes, I will be using diorite for the walls, and I can already feel you furiously typing away in the comments section about how much you hate diorite, so I'll wait until you're done. Are you good? Did you get it out of your system? Great. I know some of you don't like diorite, but I'm going to use it since it's a whitish block and readily available. And hey, I don't like oxidized copper, but I'm going to be using it too, so if I can deal with oxidized copper, you can put up with a little or a lot of diorite. And when I discuss the walls, I'll get into why it needs to be a whitish color. In the archaeological report, there are a few types of floors in the palatial complex, the most common of which is stucco. Now, we've already done a version of that before in the northeastern building. The next most common is either stamped down clay or earthen floors, which are found in the more utility areas. The final type of floor, which is reserved for only a few select rooms, is a highly decorated floor, and these can be found in the higher profile rooms like the Megaron. Now I'm going to be using slabs on top of whole blocks for the floor. This will simulate the laying of a new floor onto an existing foundation or previous flooring. Because I chose to do it this way though, I'm restricted in what block palettes I can use, so I've decided to change things up a little bit. The floors are going to be either fancy or non-fancy, and the non-fancy floors are going to be comprised of either wood slabs to represent the stucco, or sandstone to represent the earth or clay floor. For the fancy floors, well, you'll see. Unfortunately, there are no plain brown slabs in this game. They all have a texture. The least intrusive is the wood slabs, in this case spruce. Now I experimented with different types of stone, but nothing came out looking good. The stucco that was used in the real palace was a lime-based stucco with bits of other stuff in it, and the best representation in this game of that would be either calcite or diorite slabs, with the former not existing in the vanilla game. Diorite ended up blending into the walls too much, and all of the other stone variants were too gray in color and blended in as well. So a contrasting color was needed, and to be honest, the spruce looked best to me. If you remember a few episodes back, we went out and collected some mangrove. Now I'm using stripped mangrove wood to simulate the red painted wooden pillars that would have been used. And around the base, I'm using granite stairs, and this is to simulate the raised stucco ring that surrounded the stone base for all the pillars that were painted red. Now I know you're not going to see the cobblestone base of the pillar when this whole thing is done, but the pillars had stone bases, so I'm sticking true to real life here. So for the fancy floors, I'm going to use a bunch of different colored slabs. All of the fancy floors were done in a grid pattern, which just so happens to work out really well for Minecraft. But for the Megaron, the section that I'm working on right now, was set at a slight slant to the rest of the grid pattern. Unfortunately, I can't recreate that angle, but what I can do is arrange the slabs in such a way so that the colors go at 45 degrees, and that should simulate a bit of that slant. I think what I'm going to do for the rest of this floor is I'm just going to start throwing these slabs down randomly, which should give the floor a pretty cool, chaotic look to it. And I think I'm really going to like it. It looked like shit and I hated everything about it. But thankfully, I fixed it. And using that as inspiration, I expanded. And then I expanded yet again. Unfortunately, I got a little too overzealous and I'll have to replace some of the fancy floor in the plaza with slabs. But all in all, it's looking pretty good. I gotta say, it feels good to actually start working on the palatial complex. This thing is going to be massive and take a lot of resources. Just the footers for these walls alone took 17.5 stacks of diorite. I'm looking forward to knocking out more of this, and I hope you'll join me on the next episode. But until next time, I'll see you then. Nice and smooth. What? No. Open. Oh. Is it because I'm crouched? It's because I'm crouched. Okay. Let me do that again. Oh, this is why I don't do RLCraft or terrafirmacraft or any of that other stuff. I can't even figure out how to open a damn door. everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide, and today we are going to continue building the palatial complex at Pylos. But first, I'm going to show you how the walls would have been built, much like I did in episode 1 with the wattle and daub for the apsidal house. So first we need to frame up the wall with timbers. I'm going to go 11 high and however many across feels good to me. Okay, so this is your wall pretty much framed, but it still looks like garbage. Hold on, let me fix this. I realize that this doesn't really matter, but it's gonna bug me. Okay, so now you have your standard wall section framed in timber and a door frame. So now what we do is we're gonna put in courses of stone. We'll put one down and a couple of them across and fill this whole thing with stone. Usually courses of stone, not just rubble, but also sometimes rubble too, rubble and mortar. And there you have it. There is your first level. Well, that's gonna bother me too. Hold on. Now the first level here is stone, heavy, but the second level up there is going to need to be something a little lighter. So let's do this and this, because I got to get up there. So up here we're going to use mud brick, and they used mud bricks in the second story more than likely as well, because it's lighter than stone. Okay, so you're left with this, stone courses on the bottom and mud brick on top. But the whole thing would have been completely plastered, so you wouldn't have seen any of this. But there's also another way they could have been doing the walls as well, and I'll show you on the other half of this stone wall. So let's take this section out. And mud brick goes in. So you have this course of stone on the bottom, but mud brick on top, which should look familiar as we use this technique in the northeastern building. And again, the whole thing would have been plastered, so you would have never seen any of this. Now the course of stone at the bottom would have been so that any standing water wouldn't melt the mud brick and cause the wall to collapse. So there you have it, that's how it would have normally been constructed. But we're not going to do that. We're going to construct the walls out of diorite and a couple other things, because that's going to simulate the plaster on the outside. Just know that the walls would have been built with timbers framed like that. And what's interesting is, we see that in Minoan Crete as well. So this is a building style that's been around for a while and is pretty widespread. Okay, let me tear this down and we can get to the meat of today's episode. Alright, resource gathering is done, and this is some of what we're going to use today. And you're probably thinking, Vaskalos, why do you have so much blue wool? Well, we're going to get to that. One of the things we're shooting for today is roof framing, some doors, and some framing around the doors. And, let's just get into it. Oh, and you're probably wondering what's up with that. Well, we're going to make some fancy door frames too. What I'm putting in now is the roof beams that the columns would have supported, and you'll be able to see them from inside the complex. Now look, some of these beams we're not too sure on their actual placement, since none of them actually survived the fire that claimed the palatial complex. We know that there had to have been beams up there, otherwise why the pillars? So at this point, I'm just putting in what looks and feels right to me, but as usual, don't take the placement of these beams as historical fact. As you can see, the blue wool is going to be a stripe that runs around the outside of the palatial complex. The plain diorite walls, even with texturing, are boring. So though it may not be historically accurate, I'm going to put these wide strips of color to liven it up, break it up, and class it up. Now let's talk about the doors. We're going to put in some doors and door frames in the entire complex, and first one up is this one. And this is where I'm going to show you how we're going to build this. So first thing that goes in is this piece of timber here. Then the door. Then we'll also add a set of stairs to make the transition a little better for walking around. And we're going to finish it off by capping the whole thing in diorite to simulate the plastered wall around it. And there you have it. Pretty simple. Let's knock out the rest. With the door frames in antiquity, the wood was plastered over, and at the bottom near the door jamb, the wood would have had a socket that took up a pivot, maybe made of bronze or something, and that would have allowed the door to swing. In a theme that is already becoming quite common, none of this stuff really survives other than some of the door jambs because of the fire that destroyed the complex. We don't even know what the doors would have looked like, but with as fancy as things are in this place, a highly decorated door is definitely not out of the question. Alright, now apparently I didn't learn my lesson with the Attalos tomb because here we are again with glazed terracotta. So just how some of the floors are fancy, we're going to make some of the doorways fancy as well. And I'm only going to put these up around some of the doors that lead into important areas, like the Megaron. But the doorways being fancy aren't really based in the archaeological record. I mean, the walls were painted, yes, and the doorways were plastered over, but I don't know if there's any difference between the painted plastered walls and the plastered door frames. If it was me and I was painting the palace with murals, I'd make the door frames nice as well. So I'm going to desperately try to get these to line up properly, and if you don't like it, well, too bad, it's my series. But I know you'll like it, so let's give it a whirl, shall we? Well, that wasn't too bad. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. Once I finished the door frames, I knocked out a couple smaller tasks like filling the gap between the door frames and doors, installing some stairwells, and getting the throne in place. I even took time to pave the area in front of the palatial complex and in between some of the buildings. This has been an awful lot of work, so I think I'm going to call it there for this episode and leave you with some glamour shots. But until next time, I'll see you then. This is going to be a slightly longer video and a little different than my usual. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Athens, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. And today we are going to finish the walls of the first story of the palatial complex, and work on some of the rooms. As such, I'm going to walk you through what was all found in the rooms, or what we think was in the rooms. There's a lot of work to be done today, so let's get these walls up first. Last episode, I laid out the blue line along the outer walls of the palatial complex. To my surprise, all of you seem to be okay with that. So, in that theme, we're going to do 2 more rows of diorite, followed by another row of the blue wool. Now I'm also texturing the blue wool with blue concrete powder, and the diorite with calcite. You also seem to be totally okay with the orange glazed terracotta, which is another nice surprise. You'd think that I would have learned by now that most of you are just going to go along with what I do and trust in the process, but it's still a surprise sometimes, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. Now some of you may wonder why I don't just do the entire palace in either white concrete or calcite, and the answer is pretty simple. White concrete powder is incredibly labor intensive and expensive. Each layer of this wall is 17.5 stacks of material, and the wall itself is going to be 6 high. Now granted, 2 of those layers are going to be the blue wool, but still 17.5 stacks times 4 is 1,120 blocks, and that's just for the first floor. As for calcite, I would love to build with calcite. Unfortunately, checking chunk base reveals that the closest source of calcite is about 1,000 blocks away, and when I went there, it didn't give me much. The next source of calcite is 4 times that distance away. So, calcite ends up taking too long to harvest. So I repeated these layers until the walls were fully up. I also did some fine-tuning of some of the areas. In particular, I added diorite stairs over the openings of some of the entryways that don't have doors. This just gives it a little bit better of a shape rather than just a squared-off doorway. So now, let's get to the meat of it. Let's get to the decorating of these rooms. What? Did you think we were just gonna have an empty palatial complex? Come on now. We're gonna put stuff in it too. So, I have a confession to make. When I first came up with the idea for this series, the scenario that played out in my head was exactly what I'm about to do right now. Talk about the contents of the rooms as I build and fill them. The rooms that I pictured in my head, as an example, were the archives rooms at Pylos. So, 15 episodes into it, and I'm finally going to get to do the thing that inspired this series. Now I'm recording this after the fact, and I'll tell you, it wasn't what I had planned last year. This series has evolved so much from the first episode, and the enjoyment I found as I put together the other rooms in the rest of the complex outshined that original lofty idea. Here, let me show you. Now this is the first of the archives room, right here. And in this corner right over here, set a Pythos. One of these. On the day of the fire, it's speculated that the Pythos spilled its contents, covering somewhere around 300 tablets in this area here, allowing them to bake and be preserved. Near the tablets was found a damaged sword and a spearhead. Obviously, they don't have spearheads in this game, so damaged sword is going to go here. Pythos is going to go in this corner here. As for the tablets, I'm not really sure. Maybe bricks? I don't know. I'll figure something out. Alright, Pythos, sword. I'll figure something out for tablets. In the meantime, this is the second archives room. And now along 3 of these walls was a bench. It was made of clay or crude brick and was coated with plaster. On this bench was somewhere around 150 tablets, with many, many more all over the floor here. It's been suggested that the tablets were resting on shelves higher up, though no evidence of that was found. But they wouldn't just store tablets on the ground, now would they? So we're going to put some shelves up. So we got the bench, got the shelves. I need tablets to go in here. Again, I'm not really sure how I'm going to do the tablets, so I'll figure that out later. All right, now on to room 10, which is this room. This room's been labeled the waiting room, and it has a fixed bench in the western corner. Much like that. There you go. Much like the bench in the archives room, it was made out of clay and then stuccoed as well. But you can't stack different planks on top, or I'm sorry, different slabs on top of each other in this game, so it's going to have to be the same as the floor. Anyways, in the southern corner here was a stand that had a couple pithoi in it. Now this design will repeat itself on the other side of the palace over there in room 43, which we'll get to. But let's go ahead and do this real quick. Oh. That's right. Can I put... Can. Okay. I mean, It looks like garbage, but it gets the idea across, right? You know what? I don't like it. I like that. That's fine. That looks just fine. You get the idea. That's what it's supposed to look like. Now this bench does not look very comfortable. So let's go get some carpet. Alright, and let's do that. So it's a little bit longer, even though that's not exactly right, but that's okay. So we're gonna go bam, 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 just like that. That on for good measure. It looks like a waiting room. Of course, this little chunk here I don't know what to do with. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Yeah, there's the waiting room. That's kind of cozy. Moving on. This room here seems to be the pantry for that room out there. And inside were found fragments of over 500 drinking vessels. Yeah, I don't have enough bricks for that. But, you know, we'll do what we can. Also put a bunch of wooden shelves all around to sort of give the appearance that this is, of course, a pantry. So let's go ahead and start with these trapdoors. These are going to be our shelves. So we're going to do... And I'm putting them at the top of the blocks so that I can put stuff on top of them. Oh. But if I do that, I can't... Alright, so there's the pantry. That's about as good as I can get. It's not perfect, but you know, it's just gonna have to do. It's not bad. I'm alright with it. And the cool thing is, the cups defy gravity. Alright, let's get out of here. Now this room is pretty interesting. As you can see, it has a blue floor, but originally it was a highly polished stucco floor. And the blue could have been from the fire, but we're not too sure. The walls were highly decorated. All right, and behind this door here is the Western Plaza, so right there. This room would have been quite an extravagant welcome to the palatial complex. And as such, we're going to decorate this as over the entryway with some shelving, some pithoi, and maybe some potted plants. Now keep in mind, there's no evidence of any of that stuff in the archaeological record. This is just me decorating. Yeah, looking pretty good. Don't mind that. Yeah. Yeah, that's alright. Alright. Sounds good. Let's also do this. There we go. That looks like a waiting room. Yeah, it does. Okay. Well, let's just put that there. And that there. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Moving on. So this appears to be some sort of storage room, though what was stored here is not entirely known. So this room in the hallway just outside has an amount of rubble and items far beyond the capacity of the room itself. It has been suggested that the second story room had a room that covered both this room and the hallway. But since they think it was a storeroom, we're going to put some shelves in here and go ahead and do that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Got the barrel, got a crafting table, chest, got pithoi, which I mean I can't really do much with, but you know, yeah. So storeroom done. Yeah, I really like that. I really like that. That is way cool. All right, enough of that. Moving on. This is room 20. And this room, as a theme you're going to find repeated over and over, is a pantry. In the floor near the walls were a series of holes that suggested posts that held up wooden shelves, and the pottery found would suggest more drinking vessels and craters. Craters are big pots that you use to serve wine in. Well, all along this wall is shelving. So let's go ahead and do it doesn't matter because I can't put a fence post there. Well, shit. And that'll just have to do. Okay, I was going to put some cups up on there, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. So, moving on to room number 19. This one here. All right. So this room is referred to as the Kylix Pantry. And of course, as you guessed it, it is full of drinking vessels as well. Anyways, holes around the bottom would suggest posts, of course, just like the previous room. So we're going to put wooden shelves up here again. But I think this time we're not going to do the posts, and instead we're just going to do shelving. You know, it sucks, but that I want to put cups on this. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to do the shelving. Moving on. Room 21. Which is this one here. Alright. You guessed it. Another pantry. But instead of just drinking vessels, there are a ton of bowls. Well, and drinking vessels too. This pantry held a few thousand pots and drinking vessels. So you know we gotta put shelves in. So we'll do that. Bowls? I don't know how we're going to do bowls, but we'll figure it out. Alright, let's see if this looks like storage. Yep, looks like a pantry. Okay. In this room, well, the next two rooms, rooms 23 and 24, are referred to as the oil magazine. If you remember the wine magazine, the layout of these rooms will be quite familiar. All around the walls will be pithoi sunken into the floor, much like the wine magazine, but in this case, they were all full of olive oil. So, we're going to have to hack up some of this floor and get into it. All right. Well, there we go. All right, now this episode is getting a little long, so I think I'm going to call it there. We got a lot done, and we have many more rooms left to go, but that'll have to wait till next time. I know this episode was a little different than what I usually put out, so thanks for hanging out to the end. I hope you really enjoyed it. Now, of course, there's going to be some glamour shots of the rooms before we go, and I will be roofing them as well. So be sure to tune in next episode as we continue decorating some more of the rooms in the palatial complex, and until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Athens, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. Last time, we put the walls the rest of the way up and started decorating the rooms. For today, we're going to finish decorating the rooms in the main building of the palatial complex and slap a roof on it. Now, prior to the start of this episode, I put a double chest and barrel up at the top of the stairwell down this long hall. I'm going to go gather the resources I'll need in order to outfit these rooms, and we'll start with the room just off to my left here, your right, room 27. Then we'll work our way down this long hallway till we get to the end and finally finish off at the Megaron. So, let's get to it.
A few minutes later.
Okay, so for some reason, I forgot to hit record. Here's the North Oil Magazine. Let me describe what's going on here. I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going on here, right? So we've got the pithoi around the outside edge, just like the other oil magazines. But the interesting thing, or sort of weird thing that was going on here, is that there was a bunch of little holes in the floor here that sort of went long ways along through here, but sort of at an angle too. And the holes, they think, had posts in them that supported maybe a table, maybe a shelf. The idea being that you would bring in some sort of container full of oil here and divvy out that oil into the pithoi, or vice versa. One thing I would also like to mention with this is that we've got pithoi going all the way around the edge, but you'll notice that there's not any pithoi right there. And they were very adamant in the report, or in the book, that there was no pithoi found there in that corner. They were all along the outside of the wall, but not there. Why they chose to sort of fixate on that, I have no idea. So anyways, yeah, sorry about that. I thought I recorded, but in my rush to get going on this, because I was super excited to get back to this, I just didn't hit record. So yeah, classic YouTuber blunder. I guess that means I'm doing something right, since I'm doing the classic YouTuber blunders. I don't know. Moving on. Okay. Let's talk about these rooms. So room 30 here, this sort of closet looking thing, they don't know what it was used for. Room 31 here, which is a fairly large room, they don't know what it was used for. Room 32 here, which is, I think, bigger? Is that bigger? Yeah, it is bigger. They don't know what it was used for either. But what we can tell you is that there were some pithoi around the outside edge and some other pottery, imagine that, but no evidence of shelving here. Now, I want to show you on the map something interesting. This room here that I'm in currently, 32, 31, and 30, all seem to be connected. You can't get to 32 without going through 31, and you can't get to 31 without going by 30. Also, this room here, 33, I think, let me look at the map again. Yes, 33, is sort of also connected to this. And the little closet that it has is as well. So if you were to remove these rooms from the palace and put them somewhere else, they would sort of stand alone. So that's what I'm gonna kind of do here. I'm thinking that this would make a pretty nice set of living quarters. You have a bedroom here, you got a closet attached to it, and you have a storage / kitchen / dining area here. I mean, it makes sense, right? So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna decorate it like that. So let's go ahead and get some supplies, and then we're gonna decorate it up, and then we'll talk about this little section over here, all right? Let me go grab that. So another thing to keep in mind too is that none of these doorways actually had doors over them. So I'm gonna change this up a little bit, this doorway here, to room 33 when we get to room 33. But for these two rooms here, at least this one, I'm going to slap that. Oh, that looks terrible. Let me grab a slab. I got my slab. Slap that there. Yeah, that's much better. All right, so moving on to this room. So we're gonna go ahead and do the kitchen / dining area in here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a campfire here with a cauldron above it, so it's all smoky and everything. We're gonna put some shelves up, even though there was no evidence for shelves. Some pithoi around here, some of the flower pots as you know, other pottery, and a big old table in the middle, maybe some chairs, I don't know. We'll see how it feels as we go along. But first things first, I'm gonna bring this floor up. So let's get to demoing. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think it looks really good. Yeah, I like it a lot. Okay, now this one. So, kitchen is done. We're going to do this up as a bedroom. We're going to put the bed in this corner right here. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to use some spruce stairs. So I need to get some of those. We're going to put some wool right here. So let's do this. So the bed is going to be not the bed that you think. It's not going to be a pre-made bed or, you know, one of the ones you can craft. And we're going to go all... Oh. Whoops. That's right. Okay. Let me tell you, purple dye back then was really, really expensive. They had to get it from sea snails and called murex. Or snails? Were they snails? I think they were snails. Anyways, murex. And it made purple dye, and you didn't get a lot of the dye from the murex, so it took a lot of the little guys, and yeah, so that would be very expensive. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I like that. All right. Now the closet. This closet right here. Let's adjust this doorway, because if you notice, there's like a little wall section right here. So we're just gonna put the diorite up. We're gonna build the diorite up here. We're gonna cut this out as well. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Both of those. Let's go get some diorite blocks. We're also gonna fix this doorway here. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Ooh, I kind of like that. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I would put stuff on it right now, but I have an invisible armor mod, so no matter what I put on these, you won't see them. So for the world download, I'll put some stuff on here. Or maybe you could. Maybe I leave it up to you. There we go. You have stuff up there. Yeah. Alright, so let's talk about room 33. Now this room doesn't have a door. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was an open doorway. So it could have had something draped across, which is why I sort of fiddle-farted around with this setup here, which I still don't like, but you know, whatever. It'll work. It'll work. But anyways, not much was in this room, and its use is unknown. However, it could be a part of the other rooms, sort of attached to the other ones, just kind of like how I was talking about earlier. And slavery, duero in Linear B, or doero in Linear B, was a thing back then. So it's possible that these were servants' quarters. That'd be my guess, because of sort of a weird narrowness of it and the sort of weird closet thing. And being directly across, these servants' quarters could have serviced that room over there. What we're going to do is we're going to decorate it like it's servants' quarters or slave quarters. And to do that, we are going to put the beds in the floor here. There's two. We're going to put two of them here. We're going to put a couple little tables, and then we're going to do the closet over here. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so that's all of those rooms done. We've got the closet there. We got the bedroom. We got the dining/kitchen area. And then we have the servants' quarters that serve that area over there. Two little sort of floor I don't know, like little mats or something for them to sleep on. A little table there, little table here, closet. Anyways, moving on. We are going to go to rooms 39 and 40, which are these two rooms here. So 39 and 40. So these two rooms, both 39 and 40, did not yield much to suggest what they were used for. It is suggested that prior to this courtyard here being sealed off, that these may have been some sort of rooms for palace officials who dealt with incoming visitors. That's the general gist. The reason why we don't think these were pantries, though, like just about every other room on this floor, is that the pantries are usually roughly finished. You know, the walls, the floors, stuff like that. Whereas these rooms were very well laid out and very well finished. So we're going to decorate these rooms like there's some sort of hangout room or some sort of official room for people to sort of stay in that are then going to be able to jump out here, I guess. I don't know. Look, this is going to be a hangout room. This is going to be another bedroom type of situation. All right. So yeah, so there we are. We have sort of a hangout room here, sort of a hangout room here, kind of cozy. Somebody can sit there. Yeah, all good. Let's close that, and move on to room 38, which is this sort of open room here. It's, you know, the three walls, and it's open to this courtyard. Now, room 38 is, again, another room that we're not too sure the function of. The contents of the interior were a jumbled mass of pithoi and other pottery that probably fell from a second-story oil magazine. Though they're pretty sure there were a few pithoi along this wall here. There we go. As for the rest of this, I don't know. You know, I'll leave it up to you. You can put suggestions in. What do you think I should do with this little chunk here? I mean, if it were me, it'd be a little bit more shelving with some more of the little flower pots. Anyways, moving on. Room 43, which is this one here, aka the bathroom. But not bathroom like that word is used nowadays. No, rather a room with a bath in it, like a bathtub. So a very nicely finished room with a bath or a larnax at one end, that end over there, and a stand with pithoi inside at another. Now you would recognize, once I start to build it, you'll recognize that from the waiting room on the other side of the building off that way. Now, we can't really make a bathtub in Minecraft, but that doesn't mean we're not going to try. So let's put the stand in first, and then we'll move over to the bathtub. I've got some ideas, so let me try something first. But, well, and then we'll move on to other ideas. But first, we're going to do this right here. So okay, so what if I do this? If I go there, 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 I'll be damned. Yeah. I need to do something about that floor, but yeah. Dang, and yeah, all right, yep, nope, that's a bathtub. All right, let me go get some slabs. Yeah, all right. So I can either make it shallow, like that. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, that looks like a bath. Well, what does it look like deep? Oh. Okay, let me go get some water and throw it in there. Oh yeah, there we are. Taking a bath. Yeah, that is a bathtub. Look at that. Man, I really like the way that came out. I mean, this is pretty plain, and that's pretty plain, but something about a bathtub in Minecraft, that's so cool. Oh, that is freaking cool. You know, if I made it shallow and I put stairs there, it would wrap around and it would look a little bit more like a bathtub, but I'm not going to. Let's move on to an even cooler room. This one with the fancy door frame. This is room 46, aka the Queen's Megaron. So this room is basically just a smaller version of the bigger Megaron that's over there. It's got the fancy floors, and the walls in the real place were actually covered in frescoes, and that depicted lions and griffins, which seemed to be a very common theme. Pylos. There's not much to do with this room because there's not much that was left in. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and throw a fire in there, and it's got the hay bale underneath, so it's going to smoke like crazy, which is awesome. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to take some liberties with this room, and we're going to put a little throne over here, just like how there's a throne in the big Megaron, and maybe a couple like attendance chairs or something like that, or a couple little shelves in here, something. We're just going to make this look a little bit better than it is right now. Yeah. Now how cool is that? Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, this is cool. All right, let's move on. All right, where else do we need to go? We need to go to room 50. Oh, was I raising a barn? There we go. Oh, geez, there's doors open all over the place. Room 50 is this one over here. So it's got the fancy floors. Yeah, so we're not really sure what's going on with this room either. Now, this was a highly decorated room as well, with fancy floors and good quality plaster. And its proximity to the Queen's Megaron and its fanciness suggests that it might be like like a small apartment or something of that nature, because, you know, it's all fancy. I mean, there's not much room in here to decorate. So we gotta be kind of smart about it. There we are. Kind of like a quick little living quarters. All right. Now, for this weird one here. So this room 53, this room's a weird one. This one might actually be a bathroom. Like the way in which we think of the word bathroom. You know, toilet and all that stuff. It had a drain in the floor right here that led outside of the palace. And privacy was key because, there's doorways here and stuff, but like, you got to go around all these weird different areas, and then you got this doorway here to get in here. Anyways, yeah, it's like there's a lot of privacy. On top of that, several stirrup jars were found, which could have been used for things like scented oils or water or stuff like that. So we're gonna outfit this room like it's a washroom, bathroom type thing. The interesting thing is going to be the drain here. I'm going to have to try to figure out how to make a drain here. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the pithoi in the ground with the mangrove trapdoor over the top of it, and then something over here like a shelf that we can put a flower pot on, so it looks like, you know, you're supposed to do, I don't know, but look here. We're just going to get into it. Yeah, there you go. Bathroom. Now, let me double check the map and see if these need doors here. Okay, so this one. This is going to be a weird one. This door should actually be above the stairwell. So the stairwell is kind of steep off this way. But I couldn't really do that in this game, so it's going to have to be like this. So instead, we're just going to have to get creative with the entrance to this place. And that dirt there kind of gives a clue as to what I'm thinking. So this is sort of like a little closet area. That's what we're going to go with. But I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to have some stairwells, a stairwell coming down into this. Now this room, you could say is actually two rooms because there was a partition here, sorta. And it has a ton of unfinished stone in it. And it's been suggested that it was some sort of workshop. Now I'm going to have to rework that, well, probably not the stairwell, but I'm going to have to work in a stairwell here to get down into it. And I think maybe just like a workbench and some stone stuff. I got some stone stuff in the hotbar, as you can see. So, you know, let's just do a couple different things. Let's check it out. Let's try some things. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So we got the stone, chiseled stone, some brick, some cobblestone, a workbench, an actual workbench or work table, stone cutter. Yeah, that all looks really good. That looks like a little workshop. Which means we are down to one room left. This one. Let's talk about room 57. One thing you'll notice about this room, it is completely cut off from the rest of the palace. Now, there are no remains that would tell us what this purpose was, which seems to be a common theme on this side of the palace. But the fact that it's closed off to the interior of the complex with only this door facing this sort of, there we go, main portico, suggests that it might have been the ancient equivalent of like a guard shack. All right, pretty straightforward little barracks room. Nothing much to it. All right. Now with that half is done. But there's something else that I need to do. And that's with this room here. We have the throne, we have the fire. Let's tweak this throne a little bit more, and let's put a fire in here. Let's also put I believe, shelving on one of these pillars. I'm going to have to double check, but I'm pretty sure this one here had a little shelf with some pottery on it. So let me go get some materials so we can knock out the Megaron. And then the first floor, I think, is done. All right. I mean, that's good right there. I mean, I could do that, have a table go all the way around it, but yeah, I mean, yeah. There we go. Yeah. All right. Let's go get the campfires. Light this bad boy up. There you have it. This whole half of the palace is done, including some of this here. So what I'm going to do is put the roof on. So let me go get rid of some of this, put it all back, grab some slabs, and we're going to put the roof on. Ooh, and the balconies too. Yeah, wait till you see that. That's going to be cool. All right, see you in a bit. All right, and there you have it. The roof is up and the first floor of the palatial complex is done. At least in the main building. Now, we still have the entire southwestern building we got to do as well. And you know what comes next? The glamour shots. Now I'm having an absolute blast outfitting these rooms and flexing both the creative and problem-solving parts of my brain, so I hope you join me on the next episode as we continue to flesh out this complex. But until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Athos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. Last episode, we finished the entire first floor of the main building, and unsure of what to do next, I made a community poll asking if I should continue to the second story of the main building, or move on to the first story of the southwestern building. So let's check and see what the poll says. You guys are killing me. Well, I guess I'm just gonna flip a coin and see what it says. Be right back.
A few minutes later.
Alright, we're gonna knock out the first story of the southwestern building, so let me grab some materials and let's get into it. Now, first things first, we have some issues with the southwest building, mainly that a lot of it has been heavily damaged to the point where we don't really know what's going on in most of the rooms. On top of that, the southwestern building itself is a little strange and we're not really sure what it's all about to begin with. Was it the first iteration of the palace? Maybe. There is evidence that it was built and used before the main building, but it's just too damaged to make any real solid guesses. For example, these are the rooms with which the contents gives us a good idea of what's going on in there, the green areas or light wells, which means that the rest of the southwestern building is sort of open to interpretation. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to go for the known rooms first, and then from there we're just going to kind of play it by ear and see what comes about. Alright, so this whole chunk here of rooms, we don't know. I couldn't really find much of anything on these, so we're just gonna have to, come back to it later. I think I'm gonna make these sort of a guards barracks type thing, kind of like the room that's over there. So we'll come back to them. Instead, we will start with room 60, this room. Now this one, we find a ton of pottery, which would suggest shelves holding a bunch of vessels, many vessels in here. So we are going to put pithoi in here, flower pots, all that stuff, and we're going to put shelving all around the outside edge. So let me go get some stuff and we will start. Alright, yep, that's good. Okay. Next room that we do know is room 65. This one. And oh boy, is there a lot to say about this. So this may have actually been the Megaron of a previous iteration of the palace. It's hard to tell what went on in here since the destruction from... Well, let me rephrase that. It's hard to tell what went on here because of the destruction and because of looting, like heavy looting, right? So like, we only really know of one of these pillars being here and maybe some evidence of a couple others, but for the most part, this is really hard to tell what's going on here, especially along the back here. So there's a few possibilities. There is a possible hearth in the middle, which, if this were the Megaron, that's what we would be dealing with. And it's possible that there were 6 pillars. Actually, you know what? Here, let me go up onto the top so we can point some things out. Don't mind the cow noises. They're all over here, kind of hanging out. Okay, so there was possibly 6 pillars here. And if I wanted to do that, I would have to move these pillars up 1 and then put 2 more back here. We might do that. I'm not really sure yet. We have some evidence that would suggest the 4, which would make sense, the whole Megaron thing. If there was a hearth and this was a Megaron, then there's a possibility that there was a balcony that went around here that you could get to from the stairwell that's over on this side, right over here. This little stairwell that comes up here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a hearth in here, and I'm going to give this floor the whole decorated treatment, just like the main Megaron over there. Let's also add a throne, maybe? And maybe then let's see if the whole 6-pillar thing, if the whole 6-pillar thing makes sense. I'm not too sure. So let me go ahead and tear up this floor so we can get some of the fancy floor started. All right, so the floor has been removed. We're going to do fancy floors with some of this oxidized copper slab. I have some more copper oxidizing on the other side, so I'll probably grab that before we start. These mangrove slabs, polished diorite, and the polished deep slate. And basically, I think what I want to do is I want to try like an X pattern. I don't know if that's going to work. 1, 2, 3, maybe. Let's let me go grab some of that copper and see if that'll work. I'm back. Okay, let's do this. I think what I want to do is I want to do an X.
No, sir, I don't like it.
Okay, I didn't hate it. I just think I could have done better. So let's try this again. All right, let's see what it looks like. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. That's way cool. Oh, man, that's way cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's... Oh, this is way okay. Yeah, this is cool. This is super cool. Okay. We want the throne right here though. So this is gonna have to come up. So is this, and so is this. And we're gonna make it look old. So we're gonna do this. That. I'm going to try this real quick. See what this looks like. Oh. Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that looks real good. Yeah, it looks old, which is what I'm going for. So, all right, so diorite. Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. If we did 6 pillars, we would move this pillar over to here, and we'd put in a second pillar, sorry, a third row of pillars, I guess, here and here. Ooh, you know what? I'm kind of digging the weird asymmetricalness of it. The asymmetry. I cannot believe I just said asymmetricalness. Ugh. You know, I like it. I didn't think I was going to like it, but I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna do the 6 pillars. I think it looks sort of weird enough to give you the impression that yes, this is older. Maybe, I don't know. I kind of dig it though. So yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Let me go get some stuff. And bam. Yeah, this looks cool. Yeah, it's sort of semi-unused. Okay. Well, I'm happy with this. This looks different enough from the other Megaron that it suggests that this is just a whole different thing. So we got the hearth that's snuffed out. We have the old throne. It definitely looks like an old throne to me. Yeah. And we've got the 6 pillars rather than the 4, which is kind of weird. So yeah, I think the only thing left to do is maybe put like a little threshold, something like that. Maybe some doors. I don't know. We'll sort of play it by ear. Maybe doors, maybe not. Anyways, moving on. Let's go to the next room that we know about, which is room 67. This room right here, 67. And you're thinking, what room? The one through the doors? Nope. This weird little, I don't know, little hallway type thing here. They divide up all these little sections into rooms, you know, air quotes, rooms. So this is really just sort of section 67, I guess. So 67, this room had pots all over the floor, which would suggest that they were all along the 2 walls here on shelving, making this sort of like a storeroom type thing. It's kind of weird. It's definitely kind of weird. So we're going to put some shelving up. We're going to put a Pythos probably there in the corner. You know, the usual stuff. Probably just a single row of shelves. Maybe, I don't know, maybe another one over there. Okay, so there we go. Sort of a weird storage type thing. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. All right, moving on to room 68. This little guy here. And believe it or not, this was a pantry. I know. Shocking. So, yeah, shelves along 3 of the walls, but no holes in the floor, like some of the other rooms. So that's kind of interesting. This had craters, and cups, and bowls, and look, I've seen some of your suggestions for bowls, and I'll probably play around with them off camera just to kind of see which ones I like. And if I like any of them, I'll just sort of retrofit some of the rooms that had bowls. But till then, let's go ahead and start putting some shelving up in here. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, look at that. Shelves. That would suggest shelves were built into the... Well, you know what? I don't care. That looks pretty good. It looks like shelves all the way around. I don't know. Well, there we go. Shelving. Yeah, I think that's the best we're gonna get with this little room. And this weird little room. That's very claustrophobic. So, moving on to room 71, which is this one right here. Okay, this one is super weird. There were remnants of a Larnax, you know, bathtub, like what was in the other room over that way, and lots of pithoi. So either this was a wine magazine or oil magazine or bathroom, or maybe a combination of all of them. I'm not really sure. So let's just get a little weird with it and see what sticks. Bathtub. This one's going to be a little different than the one on the other side. So real shallow. Sort of, yeah, I like this better. So I want to make it different than the other one. Though, God, it really does blend in with the freaking walls. Let's go with a different color. All right, I'm back. Let's try this again. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. A little different. I also grabbed some water. Oh. Oh. Okay, there we go. Bathtub. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a weird room, but yeah. All right, the only other one that we know is this one, room 82. 82 is another wine magazine. Imagine that. And this one, we actually have evidence of 2 stands in the middle, kind of like the pillar stands for the oil magazine over there, where you have these things sticking up where you have containers that you can transfer wine to. So let's go ahead and chop up the floor here. We're gonna do it all the way around. Let me check the map real quick. Yeah, we're gonna do it all the way around. So we're gonna do that, and then I think what we're gonna do is, instead of doing well, all right. Well, let's just see how I feel. Let me just go ahead and start doing this. that looks good. Okay. I will go collect some clay and make them into bricks and all that stuff and do the pithoi and add them to this later. No, I'll do it now. So I'll leave you. I'll come back, place all these in here, and then we will continue on doing the first story of the Southwest building. All right, be right back. Okay, so I put all the pithoi in the wine magazine back there, the secondary wine magazine. So let's talk about this chunk here. I really couldn't find much on this chunk here. So what we're going to do is we're going to use some clues here. We've got this long hallway, right, that comes up through here. Cows, all right. And it's sort of like an entryway. So what I think we're going to do is, much like this room over here, we're going to make these sort of like a barracks. So we've got this room here, sort of long room, and then we got this room here, sort of a small room. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to put beds in this one. This is going to be the sort of sleeping quarters. And then this one's going to be sort of the standby quarters where, you know, the guards just kind of hang out. Probably put a window there. I don't think I'll put a window in this one. Maybe this way, pointed out that way. Take out that calcite, maybe move it somewhere else. But anyways, yeah, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to do this in sort of a light blue color. All right, let's get to it. Okay. Yeah. Pretty decent. All right. And the standby room. Let's do... Yeah, there we go. All right. So sort of barracks rooms. Let's do a window right here. What we'll do is we'll put the calcite right back there. And we'll do a window here. Yeah. So sort of a barracks room where they can sleep, the guards, and then sort of this standby room. They'll see people coming in. I might put a window here too. No, we'll just do that. Let me look at the map real quick. Yeah, the map doesn't tell me anything. Okay. So I think that's a really good stopping point for this episode. So I think what we'll do is next episode, we'll do the rest of the Southwestern building and the glamour shots at that point. So until next time, I'll see you then. Moving on. So we've already done this room here. We have this room, which is room 62. And then this one, which is sort of an add-on, not really part of the map, but still sort of there. This room and room 62, we don't really know what was in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue storage like this in here. Maybe not as many pithoi around the bottom. Maybe just more shelving, I guess. I don't know. Maybe bring the floor up too. I'll bring the floor up in this one and the floor up in this one. Because this is really dark. Ooh, I could put some job blocks back here. I don't know. Let's go ahead and bring the floor up in this. I am totally unprepared for the amount of pottery that's going to be going in these rooms and the amount of barrels, so I'm going to break away and do a bunch of resource gathering, and then I will come right back. For you, though, it'll be right now. Okay, so here we are. We got room with not a lot of stuff in it. And then we got this, which is sort of packed full of stuff. Yeah. Stuff everywhere. All right. We have this room, which is maybe a bathroom, maybe some sort of storage. But then we got this little thing here. And I think, I mean, I don't want to be repetitive, but I think we're just going to do some shelving. There we go. Now, I do want to show you something really interesting on the map as well. So these rooms here, basically 70 through 76, much like that chunk that was over in the main building, this is almost like its own standalone type thing. Matter of fact, you could probably lift this directly out of the palace and put it somewhere else and have it as a house, with these rooms back behind here being sort of like a porch. Now, I'm not saying that that's what it was, that these are just all a bunch of houses sort of glued together to make a palace, but I'm just saying that, you know, this is kind of an interesting thing that I keep seeing, that this is almost like a modular type construction where you have a bunch of these chunks of room blocks. So with that in mind, this is going to be sort of not a waiting room, but sort of like a waiting room, kind of like the room that's directly across the little main plaza thing, sort of off that way, the blue floored room, kind of the same idea. That's what I want to do here. I want to probably raise the floor up. No, I'll probably leave the floor the way it is. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. So we'll have sort of like a waiting room here, and then you'll have sort of a big living area here, and this is sort of the closet that goes underneath the stairwell, but sort of a big living area here, and then you've got your bathroom and your pantry, right? So then it kind of makes some sense. This is sort of its own little apartment. As for this stuff out here, I mean, I could do sort of the same thing. Now, there is a room on the other side of here, which I was just going to do as a light well, because there's no door there. But it doesn't make much sense to have a light well. Well, I guess it kind of does, but it really doesn't make much sense to have a light well in here when this would have just been an outer edge or outside room without the light well, right? So you could just put windows here without the light well and it would have been fine. I don't know. I'll figure it out as we kind of get to it. But first, let's get to this right here, this sort of waiting room area. Alright, so one of the suggestions I had for potted plants is using a lightning rod as the stem. So let's see what that looks like. It's not what I wanted. Okay. Alright. Oh my god. Okay. Let's try this again. That looks like a lamp.
I love lamp. I love lamp.
So, yeah, we're not going to do that. I mean, it sucks because it attaches to the wall here, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It looks fine. If I say it enough times, it makes it true, right? Yeah, that looks like a waiting room. Yeah, it's fine. So for this room, I want to do it as sort of like a bedroom. And then in here, I don't know what to do in here. All right, so there we are. Sort of a kind of a neat little chamber here. Yeah, I'm digging it. I mean, maybe trapdoors would have been better right there. But, it's fine. It's fine. This is pretty cool. All right. Moving on. So here, this is just a walkway through here. Though I think there was like a Pylos in here or something, but there's just not enough room. This, we're not really sure what was here. This room, we're not really sure what was here as well. And this room, same thing. So we've got 3 rooms here that we're not really sure of. And then to top it all off, we've got this room that, I mean, yeah, it's sort of a nothing room. So we will turn this one into a light well. Perhaps having it as a light well meant that this was a little more protected. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But there was no doorway here, so I mean, yeah, okay. So let's do this room as sort of a waiting room, this room as storage, and this room as another bedroom. All right. I have changed my mind. This is going to be a small bedroom. All right. So I've got this room done, this room done, and now we're going to do this room. Okay, so there's that. And that. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about light wells. Light wells are rooms like this that seemingly have no doors, that are sort of weird, right? People in the comments have asked, well, what about these rooms that seemingly have no doors? Well, it could be any number of things, right? It could be renovations and the rooms are no longer used, so they seal them off, which happens everywhere. A lot of civilizations do that. But what we do see is something called a light well. And basically what it is it's a room like this that's open to the sky, and the sun, of course, illuminates down in here. And in this room, there will be little windows that sort of pop into some of these other rooms that give these rooms light, because a lot of these rooms are, well, for example, this one here, where it's completely inside the complex. There's no outside walls, and so you need light to get in here, natural light. And so you would do these little light wells where you would do this. This would be completely open, so when we put the roof on, we won't put a roof on over this. So I got a light well here. I've got this room, which has no door, but it's fairly large. We're gonna make this into a light well as well. And then over here, these rooms, which I still have yet to get to, because, whoops, whoa, here, we'll just walk over there. So these rooms over here, I've yet to get to. These are a bunch of small little rooms here. These will also have a light well with them as well. And I'm not really sure what I want to do with these rooms, so we'll figure it out. We'll come to these in a second. But let's knock out some windows in some of the light wells and see what it looks like. So we got to figure out what we want to do with these rooms. These rooms seem like utility rooms to me. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think we'll put a whole bunch of something. So we have big room, small room, even smaller room. So let's go with pantry, utility, bedroom. All right, and the final room is this one. Alright, so there we are. All of the rooms in the first floor of the southwestern building have been filled. Now, a lot of these I took some liberties with, and they should not be seen as historical fact, but rather my interpretation of these rooms. And now, I'm going to go throw a roof on them, and we'll get to the glamour shots. So, until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. And I know what you're thinking. Attalos, why are you on a dirt pillar? Well, it's to get a good look at the first layer of the second story that I laid out. Now, I want to break up the walls of the upper story of Pylos so that it's not just a big giant shoebox. And I'd also like to get a good top-down view so I can plan out what I want to do. So let me show you what I'm thinking. So I think this is kind of a balcony and this is kind of a balcony. I want to put a balcony there and probably come this way around the Queen's Megaron. Maybe this way a little bit. And then maybe along the side here, maybe. And these can all be rooms here. I, of course, will change up the walls. And then on this side, I definitely want some sort of balcony to where you can walk out of this complex, across into this one, and see out into this plaza, just like what you got here. This, I think I'll keep a single story just because it makes sense to be like that. Obviously, balcony around the Megaron. And maybe I don't bring the light wells all the way up to the roof? No, maybe I do. Now maybe a balcony here looking down into that area? Definitely a big balcony sort of right here, sort of like a big old hangout area. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play around with it a little bit. So what I think, oh my god, I am right on the edge of this. I think I'm going to play around with this a little bit and come back. And then I'll show you what I'm thinking. Be right back.
Many hours later.
Okay, I did a lot of tinkering to get to this, so let me show you what I'm thinking. First up, the balconies. And they're not so much balconies as they are just sort of open-air hallways and things that sort of overlook the area. When I think of balconies, I think of something that juts out from a building, and this isn't that. This is just sort of an area that is basically the roof of the room underneath, but it's open on one side instead of a wall. You get what I'm talking about. Next up is the bedrooms. These are all going to be bedrooms. So the first story is nothing but utility rooms and storage and administration with the occasional living quarters. But up here, it's going to be living quarters with the occasional utility and storage. The left side there is going to be a little bit like a motel where there's a long open air walkway with rooms that have doorways facing it. On the other side, it'll be a little bit more clustered rather than linear. Next is going to be the sort of waiting room hangout area where people can go and sit and talk and do whatever it is they do during their downtime during the Bronze Age. I don't know, maybe complain about the crappy copper coming from Cyprus, or the newfangled arsenic additive to bronze, and I'm sure there'll be a bunch of Yanasir jokes in the comments. Honorable mention goes to the closets and storage, and you'll notice that some of those closets are actually attached to some of the bedrooms, and that is absolutely on purpose. And if you've been paying attention, you'll notice that there have been some rooms that I left out. More than likely, those are either going to be utility, storage, or something else that I come up with as I get to them. But first, well, I gotta put the walls up. Alright, let's talk about Pylos and the territory that it controlled. Now, a lot of the stuff we've learned from the Linear B tablets found at Pylos, and in previous episodes I've talked about the Linear B tablets. Now, these tablets were basically receipts for things coming and going from the palace, and were used to record things such as, logging dedications, military service, and even taxes. Now, it's that last one that gives us a clue as to how the kingdom of Pylos was run, and it appears that the territory of Pylos was divided up into two sections. These two sections are what archaeologists call the Hinter Province and the Further Province, which is just some fancy way of saying the land that's closer to us and the land that's farther away. The names for these two provinces are Pere Akoraija and Dewe Ro Akoraija.
Joe Dirte.
Don't try and church it up, son.
Now, you might notice that Akoraija is in both, and we think that it's referring to the Egalio mountain range, with Pera being the equivalent to the same word Pera in Greek, meaning beyond, and Dawero being the equivalent of Deuro, or basically here, or you could say, closer. Now, one of the neat things about the Linear B tablets is that they name many smaller settlements within the territory of Pylos that had taxes enacted upon them. From this, we can get an idea of the size of those towns relative to each other. And what I mean by that is if you have two towns and one town is taxed for twice the amount of goods as the other town, we can make the assumption that the first town is probably twice the size and or has twice the amount of resources. And what's even cooler is that we've actually found some of those settlements. So what kind of things would a town have to pay in taxes to the palatial complex of Pylos? Well, it's pretty much what you would expect from a Bronze Age community. Animals, metals, foodstuff, flax, the usual type of things. But we also learned that certain people were exempt from these taxes, specifically bronzesmiths. Matter of fact, the palace gave out a rather small but nonetheless free bit of bronze to the bronzesmiths. Alright, now that that's done, it's time to start filling these rooms. Now, since the entirety of the second floor is nothing but conjecture, I'm not going to go room by room and talk about what's going to go in there. I've already shown you what rooms I plan to have certain things in. So I think what I'll do is I'll just do a quick little time lapse from above of me putting some stuff in these rooms. It should go by pretty quick.
Ooh. Oh. Ooh. How close do we get? Ooh. Okay. Oh. What happens if I go over here? Whoa! Alright, now let's quit screwing around. Let's get to it.
With multiple towns and a vast range of land to administer, a structure of command is needed. And here, the Linear B tablets shed some light on just what that structure looked like. You've heard me make reference to the word Wanox, and that word means king or ruler, and we get that from the Linear B tablets. Prior to the translation of the Linear B tablets, the word actually appeared in Homer as well. Under the Wanox is the Lawagetas, and below that are many more lesser positions, all the way down. An interesting thing to note is that when the Linear B tablets recorded contributions to the palace from various people, the Wanox was not exempt from those contributions, nor was the Lawagetas. In fact, the Wanox was even recorded serving on board a warship when others were required to serve as well. It seems that the Wanox, though a ruler, still had to contribute his time and goods to the greater needs of the kingdom. Alright, I think that'll do it for this episode. We got a lot done today. The second story walls are up and the rooms in the main building are filled. Okay then. Well, looks like people are already moving in. Where was I? Oh yeah, next episode. Next episode we will move on to the second half of the palatial complex and fill those rooms as well. Following that, we'll put a roof on the building and move to the rather neglected village if we have enough time. But until next time, I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. Last episode, we built up the walls of the second story of the palatial complex and filled about half of the rooms. In this episode, we're going to fill up the rest of the rooms, put a roof on it, and if we have enough time, we'll get to the village. Now, just a friendly reminder, the entirety of the second story of the palatial complex is complete and total conjecture. Basically, I'm just making it up as I go along. Now, we do have some evidence for some of the rooms in the second story, well, possible evidence, I should say, but generally speaking, this is all just me doing this. So please, don't take any of this as historical fact. Now, with that out of the way, well, do you mind? I'm doing my intro. Jeez. Alright, let's start doing stuff. Now, last episode, I talked about how the Linear B tablets talked of taxation, and how we can infer how the lands of Pylos were administered. But what about the palace itself? What about the palace can we learn from the tablets and the contents of the rooms themselves? Though tax records may tell us where things are coming from, they also tell us what things are coming in. Now, there's plenty of records that talk of wine, oil, wheat, and animals, but there's also records of donations and sacrifices to gods. All of these things are coming to the palace, and based on the sheer number of pantries full of drinking vessels, dinnerware, and oil and wine magazines, it's a fair bet to assume that Pylos was a place of feasting. All right, the rooms are done and filled, so let's get a roof on this thing. Like, you know, the whole thing, not just this section. All of it. Unsurprisingly enough, Homer also refers to feasting happening at Pylos. Now, I know I've mentioned it before, but in the Odyssey, Homer describes Nestor sacrificing to Poseidon on the beach, and in the Linear B tablets, we see feasting and sacrificing in honor of Poseidon as well. But why feasting? What was so important about feasting, and why at the palace? Way back in the early episodes of this series, I mentioned that Greece was a hard place to farm. Not only was about 70% of the land unusable for farming, but what little farmland was there was always at the risk of being lost to the next drought or blight. So put yourself in a king's shoes, or rather sandals, and think about what you could do to ensure your population is happy and well fed. I absolutely hated this roof, so I tore it down and rebuilt it. But to save some time, here's what it looked like when I was done. See? Much better. A lot more elevation, a little bit more dynamic, just all around a better looking roof. So, let's do the other half. With such a broad reach that Pylos had, it can be reasonably assumed that someone, somewhere within the administered lands, would have excess in their harvest. Even if they didn't have an abundance of excess, there's a good chance that everyone could pitch in a little bit. This little bit would add up, and you could redistribute it to people who had had a bad harvest year. We see this kind of redistribution everywhere across the entire globe. The best way to ensure that people get their fair share, of course, is to have some sort of rules and/or regulations in place and administer them from a centralized place of power. Sound familiar? Holding feasts in the gods' honor also checks off a few more boxes. The first is that it ensures your immediate and sometimes not so immediate population gets a solid meal. It also shows your population that you, the person in power, is the one ensuring that they got a proper meal. And finally, it curries favor in both the eyes of the gods and your subjects. With feasts, you not only ensure that your population is fed, but you also establish your place as a ruler amongst them. With these feasts serving to ensure a happy and strong population, it's no surprise that an archaeologist named Killen has suggested that feasting like this held together the fabric of society. And if that's true, well then Pylos, with its insane amount of feastware, held more than its fair share of societal fabric together. So, I know we zipped through those time lapses and I shoved a ton of information at you, but that's because I wanted to save a bunch of time at the end of this episode for some glamour shots. And why? Well, the palace is done. That's right, the only thing left to do is build a small village for the villagers, and Pylos is done. So without taking up any more of your time, let's do a quick walkthrough of this half of the second story. And now, I present to you the palatial complex at Pylos. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of Bronze Age Minecraft, a series where we set out to recreate the Bronze Age settlements of ancient Greece. My name is Attalos, and I'm a professional archaeologist and certified interpretive guide. And you're probably wondering, what am I doing here? And where is here? Well, you can see the altar, which means you probably have a good idea where I'm at. Yeah, I spent several hours terraforming this whole thing, and I would show you the time lapse, but we got a lot of stuff to do today, so I'm just going to get right to it. I have two goals for today. One, build the village right here for all the people to live in, and two, build the terraced farms that I mentioned way back when I planned out this island. So let's get right into it. Now with this episode's voiceover, I'm going to talk about a few things that didn't really fit in with the themes of some of the earlier episodes. Sort of a bonus information episode. And of course, there's a ton of more information about Pylos floating around out there. I mean, I didn't even get into the Tholos tombs and burials of the palace, which are absolutely fascinating. If you're interested in learning more about Pylos, I absolutely suggest checking things out on academia.edu or JSTOR. Now let's talk about megaron size. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking size doesn't matter, but that sounds an awful lot like something someone with a small megaron would say. Anyway, here's a size comparison of the megarons of Messenia, Pylos, and Tiryns. Something you should notice is that they're all fairly similar in size. Now, we think that Messenia was what we would consider the capital of the Mycenaean world, simply due to the size of the settlement. And Homer also backs this up, though we should be careful with taking Homer as fact. And once that was done, it was time for the rest of the village. So what does it mean if Pylos shares a megaron of similar size to those other two settlements? Does the size of a megaron directly correspond to the importance of a palatial complex in the Mycenaean world? Well, that's a tough question to answer without making some assumptions. If we can assume that Messenia was the location of centralized power in the Mycenaean world, it would be a safe bet to assume that Pylos and Tiryns, with their megarons and palace complexes of relatively equal size, also held a place of high importance. So what other evidence can we point to that might suggest that Pylos had a significant role in the Mycenaean world, and one of power, prestige? And it's here that we start to examine things from an outside perspective. I've already discussed how the Linear B tablets show that Pylos had an immense area in which it controlled. So is there any evidence that Pylos interacted with areas outside of its control? And the answer should come to no surprise, but the evidence that gives us this answer is quite surprising. Here is a map of Pylos' location relative to the rest of the Aegean. Looking at this map, it's hard to imagine that Pylos would be a center of international seabound trade, especially with areas to the east. Yet, when archaeologists excavate Pylos, they find weights of various sizes and, well, weights. Furthermore, some of these weights were in different measurements that were not common to the Mycenaean world, but rather other, what they would consider foreign, places. So what does the presence of foreign weights tell us about trade relations at Pylos? Well, it should be pretty obvious. Pylos appeared to be the hub of international trade with the rest of the Aegean, at least to a certain degree. What solidifies this idea is the appearance of weights that were used primarily from Crete. Now here's that map again showing Pylos' location, and I've gone and circled Crete. One would assume that it would be easier for Crete to land on the eastern side of Greece rather than go all the way around to land at Pylos to do their trading. But the presence of the weights heavily suggests that they did just that. Of course, this helps strengthen the argument that Pylos was a place of great importance and trade. Now, all good things must come to an end. And as I finish up with Pylos here, I'm reminded of the real Pylos' end and its cruel and unfortunate fate a few centuries later. Like a lot of the other citadels of the Mycenaean world and the greater Aegean, Pylos fell at the end of the Bronze Age and was burned to the ground. Now, I'm not going to get into the various theories on the collapse of the Bronze Age, maybe another time, but just know that the palatial complex at Pylos met a rather catastrophic end. But what about the reemergence of the Greek culture at the end of the so-called Dark Ages? What happened to Pylos in the area of Messenia at that time? And now, the farms. Pylos and Messenia as a whole would come out of the so-called Dark Ages to face a threat and fate that, in my opinion, they did not really deserve. Messenia's neighbors to the east are a culture many of you are probably familiar with or at least have heard of, the Lacedaemonians or Laconians. Or, as you're probably more familiar with, the Spartans. The Laconians and Messenians would end up fighting a war with each other, something that would be fairly common in the world of the archaic and classical Greeks. But this war was very different in its outcome. The Spartans were ultimately victorious in this war against the Messenians. However, their choice of what to do to their defeated foes was something that the rest of the Greek world found deplorable and unnecessarily cruel. They enslaved the Messenians and took over their territory. To the rest of the Greek world, enslaving fellow Greeks was completely unheard of and completely and totally unacceptable. This practice stretched on for hundreds of years until Sparta finally fell much later. Pylos would never return to its former glory in the classical world. And so, this reconstruction is in honor of its heyday, a time when Pylos could hold its head high and retrace its lineage to great kings like Nestor and Neleus. Pylos, in its glory, was a shining beacon of power and influence in the Mycenaean world. So there you have it. Pylos is done. I'm going to stick around a little bit more, do some detailing, get the interiors of the villagers' houses done because none of them are done, and maybe do a little bit more detailing around the area. I'll probably cull some of these iron golems too, because there's way too... Oh, he heard me. Yeah, no, you guys are fine. Anyways, let's go and see what we got. So I've got all the fields out here. I basically just copied what was behind the palace that way. And yeah, I think it looks pretty good. So let's go check out the village. Got some path blocks up, looking pretty good. Village is up. And I built these olive trees here. I got a new technique for doing it. And basically what I do is I plant an acacia tree, let it grow, and then I replace some of the orange wood with some acacia wood. And then I replace some of the leaves with the jungle leaves because you can see they grow these little fruits here that kind of look a little bit like olives. So I think it looks good. Anyways, let's walk around. Hey guys. All right. More olive trees, some bushes. What are you doing? Oh, you guys are all going to go and talk. Okay. Hey, little one. All right. So yeah, here's the well that they're all gathering around. I got the bell up underneath there, kind of hidden. I got the village megaron. Got some farms here with some sheep, another olive tree. Got some of the villagers' houses set up. Yeah, it's all just looking pretty decent in my opinion. Generally nice little areas here. I let this area here overgrow with some bone meal. And got some vines on the buildings, which I think makes look pretty nice. I got the farm fields over here. Let me show you these real quick. So yeah, these are all the terrace farm buildings, and oh, there's still some dirt on the farmhouse. Anyways, I'll take that down later. But yeah, I built them a little farmhouse too, and chickens. Lots of chickens leaving eggs everywhere. Anyways. Yeah, so this is it right here. So, I'll take that. Thank you. Yeah, so far so good. Got a little path blocks, or some path blocks there, and yeah, the villagers are sort of moving in around. I really like the way the village came out. I think it looks really cool. I hope you guys enjoy it when you get to explore it yourself. But let's walk over here because you'll notice that there's some quartz blocks in my inventory. Hey, you guys. Hey, stop that. All right, good. So anyways, yeah, I got some quartz blocks. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something I talked about at the very beginning. You see, when I found this place, I put that altar over there. And I mentioned that I was going to put it on the beach. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So, yeah, I got enough stuff here. I got that little dirt area there laid out, and I got a cleric in the boat there. His job station is over there, so hopefully he'll stick around in the area. I got a bed underneath some carpets under here, so hopefully he'll stick around in the area. We'll see. If not, no biggie. But yeah, I think this is going to be a good spot to do this altar. It's going to be a fairly large altar. The sun's going down, making everything look nice. A little sad that Pylos is done, but you know, we gotta move on. So, anyways, that's the end of Season 1. I will release a world tour video and then the world download, and then I'm gonna take a little bit of a break before we do Season 2. I'll see you next time. Alright, you. Let's get you an altar. Hey everyone, and welcome to the world tour of Bronze Age Minecraft, Season 1. So here we are at the apsidal megaron that we built in the very first episode of this world. And this is where you are actually going to spawn, but you're going to spawn back here, looking at this. This is a map of the area with the trail that you will follow down to the bay here. And in this chest is going to be some supplies for you, armor, food, beds, and extra maps just in case you, I don't know, die and end up here respawned. So let me get some of that stuff on and get it in my inventory and we'll head on out. Alright, I got my supplies. You can't see the armor because I have my invisible armor mod on. So let's go ahead and check out this little building real quick. I'll kind of give you the sort of instructions for when you find yourself in this world. So you will find yourself in the antechamber here. There will be a furnace, crafting table, and bed. You don't need to take any of this stuff with you other than what's possibly in this chest if you want it. You don't even need to take this map with you if you don't want it either. However, this map is probably going to be one you want to take with you, hence the take me with you sign. Now, if you don't want to take this one with you for whatever reason, there are more maps in the chest in the antechamber there. This is also sort of a welcome manual, I guess, to the world, basically welcoming you to the world and telling you how the whole thing works. Outside of the apsidal house, we have more animals if you need them. More on this side, and wheat if you need it as well. This other book here is going to tell you what to do and where to go. And I'll just kind of show you. Basically, you're going to follow this trail. Well, hold on. Let's marvel at this for a second here. Yeah. That's cool looking. Yeah. Very nice. Okay, let's head on down. So you're going to head on down this trail here. Burning daylight. Gotta hurry, gotta hurry. Don't go down in there. That's where I did some mining. There are probably bad guys down there. And you will find more animals here. Yep. And that. So, yeah. Don't look. Once you have acquired your meat, by all means, put it on the altar. Say a prayer to your Olympian god of choosing. And then, let's head out. All right, here we are at Dimini. I have left a map here for you to sort of figure out which way to go, though I will say it's pretty obvious which way to go. There's also a book right here behind me that sort of welcomes you to Dimini, and as you leave, this book behind me right here will tell you how to get to Pylos. But, sun's going down. Let's get up to Dimini before it gets too much later. So just follow this path here and head on up. You will find some of these books on lecterns scattered throughout the areas. These are all going to have cool little sort of interpretive points and things to read about. But let's continue up real quick. We got to grab some sleep. Actually, what am I doing? I have a bed in my inventory. Okay. Welcome to Dimini. In Dimini, you'll find more books on lecterns talking about different things. Feel free to wander through here. I will say there are 3 Easter eggs within the sort of area of the Dimini settlement. The area, of course, meaning this area here and all the way down to the bay. All of these villagers are, some of them have... Wait, what are you? Oh, you're a shepherd. Oh, there must be a loom around here somewhere. All of these villagers have a job except for that guy. And what? No, I don't have anything for you. And, you can feel free to purchase anything you want off them if you would like. Check out the Megaron here. You can sacrifice if you like. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed building this. This was quite an undertaking to build. The whole stepped hill area with all the buildings. None of these things really have much in the way of interiors on them, simply because we don't really have an idea of what furniture they had. So I didn't really want to get too crazy with it, but I did put beds in a lot of them so that they had places to sleep. Something kind of interesting here. Where you see the fires, there was actual evidence of hearths. So I tried to keep that fairly accurate. So everywhere that you see the fire, yeah, that's where we have evidence of hearths. There are also going to be, you might have seen it over here. Right there. So we've got these item frames with the shell. That denotes areas where there was a lot of shell jewelry, either whole or in pieces, sort of scattered around. Sometimes they'll be on buildings, and that's going to signify that they were in the area or in the building that was. Actually, I think I got one over here. Let's see. Yeah, so like, for example, this one's in this doorway. That means that this building here with the hearth in it had a lot of jewelry that was found, a lot of shell jewelry, some of the spondylus stuff. And so you'll see these scattered throughout the entire settlement. And when you see them, just know that that's a higher concentration of the shell jewelry. So let's go ahead and walk through here again, checking out some of these rooms. Oh, hello. Oh yeah, you're the cartographer that I bought maps from. All right. Some of them, of course, have the beds down low. Some of them have beds built up. No rhyme or reason. I left a bunch of the furnaces in here. No real reason there either. These were actual entry points in the walls. So, yeah. This right here was a creeper explosion. And so I left the stone because I thought it was kind of cool. The whole thing wasn't a creeper explosion, but, it sort of exposed some of that. You'll find a bunch of terraced farms along here. This is how the ancient Greeks in the Neolithic, well, I don't know if it's the Neolithic. I don't remember if they started doing this in the Bronze Age or if they started it in the Neolithic. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. A lot of the terraced farms is how they did a lot of their farming. So I made sure to put some terraced farms in here. I got some of these, got some of those down there, got people working them. There's actually a little house in that little hillside, this little hillside right here for those guys. Because if I put that composter down there, but their bed was way up here, they wouldn't go back and forth. Some of them do, not all of them. So I put a couple beds down in there, and these guys sort of hang out down there rather than back and forth. A lot of the olive trees here, these are the early design olive trees that I did. Not very big. We'd make them a little different nowadays, but still, this is pretty cool. This is something that, you know, I was kind of proud of that I figured out. Using the acacia wood with the oak leaves, maybe? I don't remember what leaves we used. We still use the acacia wood now. We continue to use the acacia wood, but now we use the jungle leaves. And we actually sprout acacia trees and replace the wood with different pieces. So, anyways, moving around here. So I built all of these olive trees to commemorate 50 subscribers. I was going to build 50 olive trees, but then I realized after about doing, I don't know, about 20 of these things, that was a really dumb idea. And it set a precedent that I would have to start doing things like 100 something else and 200 something else. So I just decided to keep it at 20. Anyways, that's Damini. A cool little settlement. So let's head on down. Again, if you don't know how to get to Pylos, this book right here will tell you how to get to Pylos. It's pretty simple though. You take this. Well, actually, let's go grab. Well, I think there's probably a boat over here.
Yeah, there's a boat right there.
Once you've landed at Pylos, you will be greeted with this map here, that book welcoming you to Pylos, and that chest. And in that chest is raw meat. Why raw meat? Well, it's for this altar. That's why. So be sure to get yourself some raw meat, throw it on the fire, and say thanks to your Olympian god of choice for your voyage. Now, There are books with lecterns spread all throughout the palace here. Not really much in the village or around sort of the grounds. So your best bet is just to sort of just wander. Explore Pylos. Actually, there you go. Yeah, feel free to explore Pylos. I will say that there are lecterns with books and there are item frames with books. Both will have information. For example, here's one right here. So there is the item frame with a book that talks about the archive room there. If you come over to the so-called workshop, the northeastern building, there's 3 lecterns with books in them right there. I've got plenty of villagers in here doing their work. More iron golems. I've got the terraced farms as well. On the back side, there's the village that we built in the season finale. Terraced farms with lots of farmers working it. Lots of farmers. So, best of luck trying to get grown wheat out of that. Best bet's to go around the front. The guard towers, as you can see, are still up, and the boats just beyond that as well. Actually, let me show you something cool that we did. Why is that boat way out there? We'll take that one. Take you on a quick waterside tour. So, as you can see, there are guards up in the towers. There's one up there on the top. Should be another one inside. Oh, there's 2 of them up on top. Yep, 2 of them up on top. And as we come by the boats, you'll notice there are sailors on the boats. There's one there in the back. There's a couple up there. There they are. You can hear them tinking away on stuff. There's another one there and another one there. Yeah, so we've got sailors. There's going to be a couple more guardsmen up there. You can just barely see one right there. And of course, we've got the boats that are docked. So there you have it. Bronze Age Season 1 is done. This world will be available for download on my Patreon for free at the conclusion of this video. I really hope that you get a chance to download and explore it. If you're not already a member of my Discord, hop on. I'd love to see pictures of you enjoying this world that we've built together. Now, Season 2 is on the horizon, and this was just the warm-up. I can't wait to show you what's next. Okay, that's all done. Well, Well, now that that's all done, I think I have earned a nap. Go over to my little island over here. Yeah. Put my bed down underneath this tree here. Yeah. Just go to sleep. See you in Season 2.